to our regular council meeting of May 13th, 2025. I call the meeting to order at 5:02, and I would like to ask the clerk for the roll call.
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Reeve Emo. Councillor Legree.
Present.
Councillor McWhirter.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
Councillor Spolsky.
Present.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we do have quorum.
Thank you. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I please have you stand for O Canada? So we were to have a delegation, but there could be a time confusion on that one because we did move the meeting to 5 instead of 5:30. And the presentation by John Mascaron will be at approximately around 5:30. So we're going to jump down to
Declaration of interest.
Oh, sorry. Any declarations of interest? Sorry. Yes, Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So under C.1.1 and E.5.1, I'll be declaring tonight. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. And the presentation with John Mascaron will be around approximately 5:30. So we're going to jump down to C.2.2. There you go. And I will turn it over to the CAO.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Through you to all of Council. So this is our first quarter of 2025's report. It was originally scheduled to be at the last meeting, but due to the length of the agenda, it had originally been pushed off. So I just want to start off with my letter to the town and to Council. I want to first of all thank everyone for all of the dedication and the hard work that both Council and staff do for this community and for this town. This first part of this year, I've spent a lot of it trying to get to know the community, get to know Council, get to know staff, and we've been working on making some improvements and standardization in Council reporting, working through budget, making some software adjustments, establishing a new policy review process and schedule, as well as working with some of the departments and working groups on updates to our parking bylaws. So I just want to thank everyone for all of the hard work. There will be detailed departmental reports that will follow this, specifically that each department will get to speak to themselves. And I just want to finish with that I do remain grateful for the leadership of Council and all of the staff that I work with as we continue to work forward for building a strong and resilient community.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the clerk for her report.
Yes, through you, Mayor Sidney. And I will note from previous experience of trying to put the quarterly report up on the screen and trying to keep track of where staff are at and kind of the overviews of where they're providing their updates on per page, I've decided that it's more confusion than not to have it posted. So what I would say to any member of public who's watching, as well as council, it is included on the agenda package. There's lots of great information on it, so please take a look at that. And again, most of the departments are all providing kind of high overview, so just some key details of what they've been up to this last quarter. So again, just wanted to note that on a public perspective and the reason why it's not on the screen right now. So with regards to the Office of the CAO and Town Clerk, just a kind of a quick overview of the activities this past quarter. Big strong focus on records management, the review of accessibility, so kind of what our plan is for 2025. Lots of policy updates as been brought forward by council previously, which is kind of a schedule on how policies will be brought forward for review, and lots of policies that are being identified that we certainly need to kind of take a look at over this next year as well as years to come. Elections, shockingly enough, I do know that it is still over a year and a half away. However, that doesn't mean that all the planning for it hasn't already started, as well as training. And then an RFP that's gone out for joint collaboration between some surrounding municipalities for internet and telephone voting services. We've also fully implemented our marriage license modernization, which allows members of the public to log on and submit their application for marriage licenses through the province portal, but to us directly through that. Things have gone well. Our deputy clerk is quite busy with all of those licenses that are now coming in for the summer season, and certainly that process has been working really well and has provided an added accessibility to the members of the public. We've also been undergoing freedom of information requests, which have to do with the legislation and providing information. We've also brought forward a routine disclosure policy to kind of help smooth the lines of basically smooth the lines on how to access that information, that documentation. With regards to that, any key statistics, again, a number of marriages, deaths, and weddings that have been performed and processed through the town of Renfrew. Those key statistics are there from January 1st to March 31st and part of the package. Again, through communications and engagements, we've had our radio ads, newspaper ads, tons of social media posts, as well as a few kind of community engagement surveys, as well as our monthly newsletter and our B-City app notices that have been kind of ongoing the last few months. That seems to be going really well, and that app's being readily used. However, we do encourage the public to continue to register for it and sign up. And then last but not least, our number of council meetings. The public may have noticed that we've had a few over the last few months, and certainly as we get through the budget process, we've had a couple special meetings, but otherwise we're going strong. So that's it from my end.
All right, moving on to finance, I'll turn it over to our Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Council, the Q1 of the year is when we do a lot of our interim tax billings, water billings. This year as well, we've been doing a software implementation and transition from our previous software to our new software. Budget process, though, has taken up a significant amount of that time. There's been a lot of hours of training gone into the budget software. I know this is referring to Q1, but to date, there are several hours per week per staff member of training going on. A few key statistics that the Finance Department wanted to bring to light were the tax receivables at the end of March 31st, which is also the first installment of the tax billing. It's about $5.7 million. The utilities receivables, so water and sewer billings, there is $880,000. That due date is April 15th, so from then a significant portion of that had been paid. And accounts receivable at that time is $268,000. And for the look-ahead portion of this report, as everyone knows, budget's ongoing as of March 31st. We're talking about it tonight, and user fees will be reviewed in June 2025. So that's something coming soon.
I'll now turn it over to Director Latondras.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So this evening, Specialist Cheryl is going to be presenting for our department.
I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney, to Council. Community and Recreation Services and Library report includes both community services, recreation, the library, and McDougall Mill Museum. So for community services, they built the spring program guide, which is for March to May, and provides a comprehensive covering of programs for both community services and the library for March through May. Community Services also hosted a PA day camp in January and a one-week March break camp. On the recreation side, there were 5 hockey tournaments in the quarter that had over 20 games each, and there were 2 Wolves games, one that had 365 fans in attendance and another with 425 fans. For the museum, it's closed during the winter. We were working on improving the museum presence on the town website and redesigning the museum brochure using the Town of Renfrew brand, looking at the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan, and working with the Renfrew and Area Chamber of Commerce on tourism. There's also facilities, real estate, and economic development, which I forgot to mention. Tenant requests and concerns at One Innovation and the MyFM Center are now consistently being looked after, as well as regular maintenance on all town-owned facilities. And for the Renfrew Public Library, to support the mission of inclusive and equitable collections, they introduced 2 Kindle tablets for children to borrow, providing access to e-resources and opportunities to explore Libyan hoopla. And they also continued to provide outreach services to the community and visited local retirement residents, Quail Creek, Bonashare Manor, and Grove Park, Hospice Renfrew, and delivered to patrons who were unable to access the library in person. For key statistics, for community services, total registrations, 3,461 registrations in the first quarter, 71 different programs and events, 562 total hours of programs and events, and 474 memberships at the fitness center. Facility usage, Delorier Arena rentals, 819 hours, BEI Arena rentals, 720 hours, room rentals, 756 hours, and the Renfrew Home Hardware Gymnasium rentals, 250 hours. For facilities, real estate, and economic development, they're currently looking after 11 town-owned facilities and 12 tenants across multiple facilities. And for the library, they welcomed over 8,800 visitors in the first quarter and added 167 new library patrons. Thank you.
And I will now turn it over to Director Bishop.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to Council. Our infrastructure, public works, and engineering update. In Q1, we were preparing for our upcoming construction projects ongoing from last summer, 8th Street and Dominion Street, working on getting our design projects to tender-ready stage. Public Works was very busy in Q1 with snow removal. Our ongoing winter activities included snow plowing, snow removal, salting, and winter sidewalk control, some pothole maintenance, as well as cold patch, and flood prevention and drainage maintenance as that snow was melting. Some key statistics from Public Works. In Q1, there were 72 days that included snow removal, salting, and sidewalk winter control, which was approximately 3,300 man-hours. Looking ahead, we are working on updating our 2025 asset management plan, as well as preparing for summer, grass cutting, and any cold patch and hot mix in the next quarter to maintain our roads. We have ongoing projects now at this point that we had planned for from last year, and then we will continue with our approved capital projects moving forward. Working group and team updates. In Q1, we presented the Master Transportation Plan at the Economic Development Committee meeting on January 14th. Staff attended a CLI ECA seminar. We hired a machine operator. Staff attended the Good Roads Conference, and a co-op student joined Public Works, working a full-day co-op with our mechanic. Thank you.
Thank you. And turn it over to Director Withers, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney. Department of Development and Environment, Planning, Building, Environmental Services, assisting with municipal real estate, disposal of real estate assets, kind of various other functions and interactions. On the development side, we're noting a bit of an uptick in development activity as of the early part of this year, which is a good thing, definitely year over year. We're seeing it quite a bit busier, a number of more inquiries. Just the temperature around development just seems to be a bit higher right now, a bit more interest in finishing projects, starting new projects. We do have the new the Shoppers Edition granted site plan approval. There's an addition planned for the Dollarama, which is also positive. So those commercial permits definitely help with our permit values. In terms of subdivision development, we are seeing just again a bit better pace on moving those forward. We're hopeful to see some significant progress on Mayhew and Huntergate Phase 5 this year. Certainly looking forward to that. And we're just seeing just a higher volume of transactions, again inquiries, kind of the full gamut of development, all the way from smaller infill stuff to larger scale development, which is all positive. Just continued work, closing out some projects, ongoing work on different projects. Official plan review, growth management and land needs study associated with that. That's been drafted. The Renfrew secondary plan was adopted in March. We developed options and scope for community improvement plan and for the Economic Development Advisory Committee consideration, the January meeting, and that's slated for 2026. The IFM expansion project closeout report was delivered on March 25th. Work continues with respect to the steep waste slope remediation, looking at options. We've changed gears a bit on that project. We think with a more feasible work plan that'll allow us to get this project completed quicker and hopefully much cheaper. The landfill contour revision ECA work, various operational items, the scale house, the landfill garage, onboarding and training of new staff at the landfill. So a good quarter, a busy quarter overall, and hopefully hoping to keep the momentum going as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Chief Guest.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to all of Council. So this is the quarterly report for the Fire Emergency and Protective Services. So in regards to training, the Renfrew Fire Department full-time firefighters focused on quite a few topics in the months of January through March. Most notably, we were fortunate to acquire permission to train at the old St. Thomas the Apostle School. It's difficult to conduct some of these training evolutions without having these buildings. So some evolutions that we train at that building were what we call as VEIS, so that's vent, enter, isolate, and search. It gave us an opportunity to practice some of our hose deployments on multi-story occupancies. And again, thank you to Hein Construction for coordinating with Renfrew Fire to allow us to do this. The team also focused on ladder evolutions on multi-story occupancies, self-rescue, medical first response. Our volunteer crews kind of did a lot of the same training evolutions, focused on ladder training, search and rescue, self-rescue, and personal protective equipment. Regarding public education and fire safety messaging, we had some key messaging that went out in January, February, and March. Those were dealing specifically with clearing snow from around hydrants, as well as clearing snow from your vents. A day like today, it's hard to realize we were there not that long ago. The Renfrew Fire Department Fire Prevention Division also received several complaints regarding fire safety concerns. We had some blocked fire exits at multi-unit residential occupancies. We had some commercial cooking equipment deficiencies, as well as some outdated smoke alarms. Our bylaw officer was also busy this quarter with numerous complaints regarding clean yards. He did over 50 property standards checks, responded to noise concerns, as well as traffic and parking bylaw infractions. Our crossing guards also worked hard through the winter months, so currently we have 7 crossing guards at locations throughout the town. I would like to note that after 15 years of service, one of our crossing guards, Donald Blimke, retired from his position. He was actually retired in January of this year, and Scott Silver was hired to replace him. So we thank Donald for his 15 years of service to the town and to the community. Safety messaging was also distributed in regards to emergency planning, and again specific to winter storm preparation and the importance of having a car care kit. Some key fire stats. There were a total of 47 emergency responses from our department between the months of January and March. Comparable to last year, we had 50 calls, so very, very similar. Parking enforcement. Our officer continuously and actively patrolled Renfrew regarding parking infractions. A total of 180 tickets were issued between January and March. This is down a little bit from last year. Animal control, our officer again responded to 28 complaints regarding dogs, cats, and other pest control issues. Strategic plan and corporate plan progress. The review of the parking bylaw is complete, as council is aware, and a draft was also presented to council for the review. Staff are also reviewing and updating our emergency response plan. And we're also in the research and development phase of developing a business continuity plan for the town of Renfrew's commercial enterprises. Regarding working groups and team updates, our parking bylaw working group met on 2 separate occasions to review the bylaw, and the review obviously has been completed. Corporate Joint Health and Safety Committee. The committee met on March 19th. The team reviewed 3 of the health and safety policies, including the wellness policy and the workplace violence, harassment, and sexual harassment and discrimination policy. There was also a thorough discussion pertaining to proposed staff in the areas of first aid, CPR, WMIS, health and safety, and working at heights. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Noting that council may have some questions for staff, but we do have John Mascaron logged in. So if there's questions, maybe we could hold off on those and get to John, just simply out of respect for his time and stuff like that. So with that, I would like to invite John to, there he is. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. We're looking forward to this. And I will turn it over to you for the Strong Mayor Powers presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this evening. I'm a municipal lawyer. I'm a certified specialist in municipal law by the Law Society of Ontario, and I've been working in municipal local government and law for 35 of my 36 years of practice, and I've been really concerned about the strong mayor powers that have come forward, and I have been writing about it since it was first announced back in 2022, and I'll speak about the initial announcement and how it's been rolled out, and I've been studying the legislation and trying to figure out what are all these moving parts and how are they going to fit together. So, Mr. Mayor, I do have a formal presentation for you this evening, and I hope to get through maybe a little bit of an introduction, then maybe what I'd call a prologue to the local governance system in Ontario and actually throughout all of Canada, and then how it's changed by the strong mayor powers, and then I'll speak specifically about the powers. And then I'm happy to make myself available to attempt to answer any questions that you or members of council or staff may have at the end. Now, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just ask your indulgence on one thing. I am happy to get questions throughout, but I also understand that's a little harder to manage. If you'd like, and if it would please the council, I'm happy to take breaks at certain points where I think there are natural segues and maybe stand down and then ask if there are any questions. I'm also happy if you'd like to just wait and ask me all the questions at the end. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm in your hands. Whatever you would like is fine by me.
I think if you do the sort of the breaks when you think it's warranted, I think that'll move it slowly or smoothly. So.
Okay, that's terrific. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'll do is I suspect there's not going to be a lot of questions during the front part, which is, historical, just to set a bit of a context. But when I really get to the actual powers, I think that's when I'll pause and then just indicate that I'm ready to take any questions at that point. And then, of course, I'm happy to stay at the end if there's other questions that anyone would like to ask. So, Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, I would like to share my screen and put up my slide deck. I'm hoping that I can find it here. Please let me know if I think it has come up on your screen now. Strong mayor powers?
Yes, it has.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. So just by way of a quick introduction, how the heck did we get here? Who had this crazy idea for strong mayors? Well, it's very interesting. 9 years ago, there was a book published by an actual reputable publisher called Ford Nation, Two Brothers, One Vision. You'll see the authors, Rob Ford, our current premier, and Doug Ford, our current premier, and his now deceased baby brother, Rob Ford, the former one-term mayor of Toronto. And this quote was attributed to Doug Ford. If I ever get to the provincial level of politics, municipal affairs is the first thing I would want to change. I think mayors across the province deserve stronger powers, one person in charge with veto power. So that's really interesting. That was 9 years ago. I think the impetus for this statement arose in two things. One, as I indicated, Rob Ford had been the mayor of the city of Toronto from 2010 2014. That was the time that Doug Ford was also a council member in the city of Toronto. And what he saw were many times there were votes of 43-2, where council members would reject what Rob Ford was proposing to put out. Now, Rob Ford would vote in favor, and the other vote would be his brother, Doug Ford. And I think he saw his brother being stymied, and I think he wanted to support his brother's vision, and probably thought, well, you know, if the mayor had more power, perhaps some of these things could go through. The other thing that, of course, comes to light is their father. The father of the Ford family was a one-term MPP in Ontario at Queen's Park, and he had created a very successful company. You often hear about the Ford family being well off. Well, it was their father's doing. Deco Labels and Tags, a very successful company, and their head office in the U.S. is in Chicago. What is Chicago known for? Well, apart from being the Windy City and the 85 Bears, it's known for being a strong mayor municipality. In fact, it's probably the most well-known U.S. city that is a strong mayor municipality. And I'm taking you back to 1960 when Mayor Daley in Chicago stole the election for John F. Kennedy over Richard Nixon. That's how strong the mayor was thought to be. So these things fed into this vision of a strong mayor type of local governance here in Ontario. So what do you need, though, to implement such a sea change? Well, you need some kind of motive. Well, you have the Ontario housing shortage. In February of 2022, the Housing Affordability Task Force wrote their report, and its first line, Ontario is in a housing crisis. And what did it point to? It pointed to municipalities being the culprit. Development restrictions, zoning bylaws being too restrictive, official plan designations being too restrictive. Oh, and development charges, user fees, planning processing fees, building processing fees, all just much too expensive and stymies development. And then finally, the building enforcement mechanism, the building permit delays that are caused by whom? Well, building officials and building departments who are responsible for administering health and safety with construction regulation in Ontario. So all fingers were actually pointed to municipalities, forgetting for the moment that constitutionally, of course, the province has dominion under Section 92 of the Constitution Act 1867 over municipalities. Municipal institutions in the province are under the purview and jurisdiction of the province. So it's the province that's downloaded all these responsibilities. Now, I would have said, well, why is it the municipality's fault? Well, just recently, of course, yesterday there was an announcement, I think Bill 17, where the province is now stepping in and making a bunch of changes to what? The Planning Act, Development Charges Act, and the Building Code Act, the very same things that I have on the screen right now. So what did the province do in the face of the introductory language, Ontario's in a housing crisis? Well, let's set a goal, build 1.5 million new homes in Ontario by the end of December of 2031. That was the target that was set. Okay, so you've got the idea, the concept, you've got now a motive to implement it, and what are you going to do? Well, you're going to fix, apparently, the traditional local democratic governance system that's been in place in Ontario since pre-Confederation, over 200 years. What is it? It's the weak mayor system. This is not to say that the heads of council are weaklings. It just refers to the historical, traditional system of local government here in Ontario, and in fact, throughout all of Canada, because all other jurisdictions, except for Quebec, followed the model that was put forward by Ontario in 1849 through the Baldwin Act, which was the first consolidated municipal act here in what would become Canada. The weak mayor system is characterized by an ostensible leader of the municipality, the head of council. The person is a leader among among equals. Typically, only has one single vote on council and has very limited unilateral executive authority. My colleague and I wrote a paper soon after Bill 3 was enacted, or actually was even proposed. We didn't wait for the enactment. We wrote this paper. And we said the role of mayor has traditionally been viewed as a consensus builder, one where the head of council must work together in a spirit of cooperation and compromise with the other elected representatives of the municipality, i.e. the members of council, to achieve a desired result. Why? Because the mayor, while being the leader, the spokesperson of the municipality, has limited unilateral authority. The Collingwood Judicial Inquiry Report from Justice Morocco from 4 years ago, what did it say? It said, no member of council, comma, including the head of council, comma, has any power to direct staff to do anything unilaterally. There are limited, very scoped powers of a unilateral executive type that a mayor can carry out. The mayor typically must act in concert with all of the other members of council, as we have said in this paper, to achieve a desired result. And this is enshrined in the Municipal Act, one of the linchpin sections, Section 5. 5 sub 1 says, the powers of a municipality shall be exercised by its council. Surprise, surprise, this has now somewhat changed. The powers also are to be exercised primarily by bylaw. And I say primarily, not exclusively. Subsection 3 says a municipal power shall be exercised by bylaw unless the municipality is specifically authorized to do otherwise. There are a number of examples in the Municipal Act where the municipality is specifically authorized to do otherwise. I won't test you, this is not a quiz, but how does a municipality typically run its meetings? By passing resolutions. That is one way, passing resolutions. Giving approvals, providing direction to staff, particularly at an open meeting, but also significantly giving directions to officers, employees, and agents of the municipality in a closed meeting when you're allowed to meet in a closed section under those 14 separate subject matters. You can, without going out and announcing it to the public, give directions to staff to do certain things. That is specifically authorized to do otherwise. The strong mayor powers is another example of the municipality being specifically authorized to exercise its powers by other means. Okay? So, strong mayor powers. There are 4 sources to the strong mayor powers. There are 2 statutes and 2 regulations. The Strong Mayors Building Homes Act was introduced in the provincial legislature shortly after the provincial Progressive Conservative Party of Premier Ford had won its second majority government in June of 2022. There was nary a word about strong mayor powers. It was not mentioned by anyone, including the Premier. So it surprised a number of persons when in August of that year, when the legislature sat, Bill 3 was introduced, and what it proposed to do is add an entirely new part, and I'll refer to this in the presentation, 6.1 of the Municipal Act, as well as CODA on the screen. CODA is the City of Toronto Act. It is a new part entitled Special Powers and Duties of Head of Council, and I will speak about that. So those are primarily where the strong mayor powers are found. Now, in addition to that, there was a second piece of legislation. In October of that year, Bill 39 was introduced, the ironically entitled Better Municipal Governance Act. It added one new section to Part 6.1, but it's a significant and, well, very controversial new provision, and I will speak to that. Section 284.11.1. Now, together with the two statutes, you have to read them with the two regulations. There's the first regulation, 530.22, which is the regulation that actually designates municipalities as municipalities that have strong mayor powers. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has statutory power under Section 284.2 of the Municipal Act to, at his or her, right now it's his, discretion, decide to designate municipalities as having the powers under 6.1 of the Municipal Act. And initially, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing Steve Clark did so, and more recently, on May the 1st, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing Rob Flack made a regulation which then designated 170 municipalities across the province, including the town of Renfrew, as a municipality with strong mayor powers. In that regulation, there are also a number of technical and procedural rules for how strong mayor powers are to be used and implemented. I will make reference to some of those provisions, but I won't be going into a granular level of detail to talk about all of those. And then finally, there is the second regulation, Regulation 580.22, which prescribes provincial priorities. And why is this important? It's important because there are three specific powers in Part 6.1 that a mayor can only use with respect to prescribed provincial priorities. Now, I will show you the regulation. It's very short. It fits very neatly on one slide. I'll show it to you in just a moment. But essentially, the prescribed provincial priorities of this particular provincial government is 1.5 million new homes built in Ontario by the end of December of 2031, and the construction and maintenance of infrastructure to support housing. That's what it is. So, we're just going to talk just momentarily for the rollout of the strong mayor powers. The powers were originally granted only to two cities, the cities of Toronto and Ottawa. It was termed by both the Premier and former Minister Steve Clark as being a pilot project. That's what it was called. It was given to the cities of Ottawa and Toronto because those were the municipalities that at the time the provincial government said these are the two municipalities that are most in need of housing, particularly affordable housing, and they are shovel ready. Those were the words used in the legislature that were referred to in Hansard when you're looking up the debates. It was interesting because Mayor Jim Watson in Ottawa wanted nothing to do with it, and he, in fact, attempted to do everything he could to disclaim those powers. It came out that Mayor John Tory in Toronto had been secretly lobbying the Premier to get enhanced powers, and he did achieve that and did have them for a little while. On June the 16th, 2023, there were 27 additional municipalities that were designated to have strong mayor powers as of Canada Day of that year. those municipalities were based primarily on population of over 100,000 and projected to be over 100,000. That's what the selection process was. Then, only a short time thereafter, 4 or 5 months thereafter, on sometime in September, the minister wrote to 22 municipalities and said, hey, municipalities, if your mayor makes a commitment in writing to the provincial housing construction target, makes a pledge, we will grant you strong mayor powers as of Halloween on 2023. And you'll see the very last slide at the bottom says that strong mayor powers were actually provided to 18 municipalities. So there were 4 municipalities that for some reason did not come forward. I think the reason in 3 of them were infrastructure servicing considerations. The mayors felt that they could not accede to and execute the pledge for the provincial construction housing targets. Okay, so even before mayors were given strong powers, they had the ability to say, we want strong mayor powers. It's interesting how this legislation works. And then, much to the surprise of, I think, a lot of municipalities throughout the whole province, on April the 9th, the Ontario Newsroom issued a press release, and it said, Ontario proposing to expand strong mayor powers to 169 additional municipalities. No prior notice had been given to municipalities of them possibly receiving proposed new powers. The proposed new powers were to be provided to single and lower tier municipalities that had members of council numbering 6 or more. There was no longer any consideration given to population, which had primarily driven the rollout of the strong mayor powers before this. The province went down the list of 444 municipalities and said, we're not going to grant them to all of them. Let's cut them off at 6 or more. Why? Because the minimum number that municipalities have to have as members of council in Ontario is 5 by legislation. And then there was some nice comments made by some people about what fantastic powers these strong mayor authorities are. And on May the 1st, Mayor Sidney, you probably received this letter. 169 other municipalities, one more that had been proposed, received this from Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Rob Flack, indicating expansion of strong mayor powers, and this includes to your municipality. So AMCTO, the Association of Municipal Clerks and Treasurers, has been very, very strong in their op-ed about the strong mayor powers. While the government continues to justify the expansion of strong mayor powers as a tool to build housing, there is no evidence to suggest this legislation has any impact on the number of housing starts in municipalities that have been granted the powers. And in fact, the research, and there's a link in the slide deck, indicates that strong mayor powers have blurred the political administrative authority between the roles of the head of council and chief administrative officers, threatening the neutrality of the public service and politicizing local government leadership. AMO, who looks out for municipalities, had these words to say. Let me just say, these are probably the worst type of, what kind of strength is in this statement? I tell you, AMO, pretty weak statement. Basically says, we did not take a strong position, but expressed openness to the idea. It did express some concerns with the legislation, particularly affecting public administration, which is what AMCTO said, and recommended public consultation. By the way, public consultation in Section 3, Sub 1 of the Municipal Act, it says the province must must consult with municipalities before passing legislation that will impact them. Has the province done that? No, materially no. It's refused to continuously do this, and this is a source of contention. And it was something that was actually argued all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada in City of Toronto versus Ontario Attorney General, which dealt with the Better Local Government Act, where the province attempted to step in and cut the size of Toronto City Council back in 2018. Province never consulted with municipalities and has taken a very, very hands-off approach on with respect to its consultation, its statutory consultation requirements, and its actual agreement, memorandum of understanding with AMO. So I must say, I'm very surprised at AMO's very, very weak statements about this legislation. So, Mr. Mayor, that is the historical underpinnings, the prologue, so to speak. I'm not sure that anyone has any questions, but I'll pause there before I actually start in to the strong mayor powers and ask if anyone has any questions or any comments.
Council, anybody have any questions so far? Hearing none, you can continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have categorized the strong mayor powers in Part 6.1 of the statute into, well, I put 4 categories, but the last one is miscellaneous, and it's just the grab bag of things. It's not really powers. And in fact, Mr. Mayor, you may even argue with me that number 3 is not actual power. It's a responsibility or a duty. And I can say, I concede that point. So I've put them in this. I call the first batch administrative powers. The second batch, which is 3 particular powers, 3 particular provisions, I call them provincial priority powers. Then there is the budget power / responsibility / duty, where all of a sudden you no longer have the council's budget, you now have the mayor's budget. And then finally I'll talk about and wrap up the presentation talking about some miscellaneous provisions that are in Part 6.1 that you need to know about if you're trying to work with this legislation. So going to the administrative powers, here is the first one. Again, my comment earlier was a quotation. I cited Justice Morocco from the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, which basically said, no member of council, including the head of council, can direct municipal staff. Well, this has changed now. This section says there is authority to the head of council to direct municipal employees, that's the words that's used, municipal employees, undefined term, to undertake research, implement decisions, and provide advice to the head of council and to the municipality. And members of council, if you're asking yourself, that sounds familiar, you'd be right, because that wording is pretty much lifted from Section 228B of the Municipal Act, which refers to the municipal administration, and one of the responsibilities of the municipal administration is to undertake research and to implement the decisions of council and to provide advice to council. This has now changed, because here you'll see, and I paraphrase the words, the advice is provided to the head of council and the municipality. It doesn't actually say the council. Now, my view, my interpretation is the word municipality probably includes council, but it probably is a little broader, so it might include other municipal staff. But there's direct authority now for the mayor to direct municipal staff. But some people have said, oh, well, can give direction on anything. That's not true. The head of council can only exercise the direction-giving authority for the purposes of the strong mayor powers under 6.1. This extends to the general exercise of control and management of the affairs of the municipality and the advancement or the non-interference with prescribed provincial priorities. So while there is the authority of the mayor now to direct staff, it can only only be done to advance further or not interfere with provincial priorities and for things that are set out in Part 6.1 of the Municipal Act. Now, in case you're wondering, how do people find out about this? Does the mayor just go and whisper in someone's ear? The answer is no. The directions cannot be verbal. They cannot just be oral. They must be in writing. That's what the legislation requires. And there are regulatory requirements that spells out whom the direction must be provided to, how, and in what time frame. So there is some public accountability to this. So your takeaway is the mayor is now authorized to give direction to municipal employees with respect to his powers under Part 6.1, but must do so in writing, okay? That's the direction to employees. The second one is one that's received a lot of notoriety. The chief administrative officer is typically appointed, well, typically, is always appointed by council under Section 229 of the Municipal Act. The chief administrative officer, in fact, runs the municipality because it is that person who is in charge of the operations and management of the day-to-day business and affairs of the municipality. That person has always been appointed by council. In fact, the reference typically is council has one employee, and that employee is the chief administrative officer. Well, now it's no longer council who hires or appoints the chief administrative officer. It is the head of council who's given this authority. Now, if you read the section there, and I have it on the slide, 284.5, the powers of a municipality under Section 229 with respect to the CAO are assigned to the head of council. Many people have misinterpreted that to mean, oh, now the mayor has the powers of the chief administrative officer. That's a misreading. What it says there, the powers of the municipality, what are the powers under 229? The powers are to appoint a chief administrative officer, or consequently, under the Legislation Act, to be able to revoke the appointment. So it isn't an assignment of the powers of the CAO to the mayor. It's the power of the mayor to now select whom he would like to have as a chief administrative officer, or to get rid of someone that any mayor who's a strong mayor believes that they don't want them to be a chief administrative officer. So this is a significant power, and this is the one that talks about that is referenced by both AMO, AMCTO, about being the erosion of the governance and administrative division in municipalities, the two arms. The next power is to determine the organizational structure of the municipality. So those are the specific words that are used in 284.6. The term organizational structure is not defined in the statute. I consulted with a couple of my employment law lawyers back at the firm, the ones that help me with my municipal clients, and they've said to me, John, that is not a term of art that we typically use as employment law lawyers in the employment law context. And in fact, they said to me, you won't find those words, organizational structure, used anywhere in the Employment Standards Act, under the Labor Relations Act, or the Occupational Health and Safety Act. It is not to be found in any employment law statute. Why was it chosen? I don't know. Probably because the province wanted to build in some flexibility. What does it mean? We don't know. This is one of the big difficulties, and this is one of the difficulties that we have now having to deal with this, because there is no case law. There's no jurisprudence. In the 2 years, almost 2 years that this legislation has been in place, there have been no judicial decisions based on the application or the interpretation of the strong mayor powers. There is one case that's pending in court at the moment. It's from the city of Peterborough, where someone has taken the mayor to court on the use of an advancement of a provincial priority, and I'll speak to that. But what is organizational structure? We really don't know. The best that we can say is, well, most municipalities, most larger corporations have an organizational chart where there are certain people who are set out certain titles, and they report in a certain way under certain realms or silos of authority or jurisdiction. So that's what I think an organizational structure is. Again, you may have very nuanced and complicated questions, and those are going to be hard to answer because there is no basic authority yet for this. What we do know is the organizational structure, the authority of the mayor to set that or to reorganize the structure of the municipality, includes the power to hire and terminate the employment of what the section calls division heads. Now, I've also put the word department because that makes some sense to me. But the words in section 284.6 refer to division heads or persons who are the heads of a division. What that is, I don't know. I'd have to look at any municipality's individual organizational chart, work chart, and then work with their HR director to figure out who is a division head, because the legislation does not define the term, something that's continuously coming up. Now, the authority of the mayor to make decisions to hire and terminate division heads, which makes some sense if he is allowed to reset or reorganize the structure of the municipality, does not extend to the officers that you would normally think of as being statutory officers of the municipality. And I've listed just a few there. I think there's 11 listed in subsection 3 of the statute. They're the ones that you would commonly think of: clerk, treasurer, chief building official, fire chief, integrity commissioner. And interestingly enough, also persons who are officers who are required to be appointed by statute. Now, who would that be? Potentially building inspectors. They're required to be appointed by council under section 3 sub 2 of the Building Code Act. Weed control officers. I only found this out the other day. Under the Weeds Control Act, you have to appoint those officers. And for instance, bylaw enforcement officers must be appointed by council, I think under the Provincial Offences Act. I'm not sure about that. So, municipal organization, there are transition provisions. Any existing structure that is in place remains in place after May the 1st unless the mayor decides to change that. And it's up to the mayor who can make that decision. Any person who is employed, while they can be terminated, any division head can be terminated by the mayor can do so without cause. The mayor does not have to look for cause. However, can the mayor terminate somebody with impunity? And the answer is no. What that transition provision means is that any person that's employed retains any of their vested rights under the common law as an employee. So let me give you an example. If you have a division head at your municipality who is not a statutory officer, that person can be dismissed by the mayor, and the mayor doesn't need cause. But if that person had been employed with the town of Renfrew for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, that person would carry certain entitlements at law to notice, severance, and potentially damages. Those continue to run. So anyone who is dismissed will still have those common law rights at the employment level to exercise, to take advantage of, okay? So I can say it this way. The mayor is entitled to remove anyone, doesn't need cause, but as I said, cannot do it with impunity because there is a cost to terminating persons, especially persons who are long-standing at a municipality. Mr. Mayor, no, I'm not quite finished the administrative powers. My apologies. There are two additional administrative powers. I want you not to get too hung up on the first one. With respect to prescribed local boards, the mayor can appoint the vice chairs and chairs. But for the moment, there are no prescribed local boards. So this is an empty shell of a power, okay? With respect to prescribed committees, there is a defined term for that word. Prescribed committees is defined in Section 4 of the regulation, and it means committees which consist solely of members of council. So what you would normally think of committees of council, right? There are just members of council on the committee, not advisory committees or any other committees where there are members of council and other persons, members of the public. With respect to prescribed committees, again, committees of council, the mayor has the authority to establish the committee and to dissolve any such committees, can appoint the chairs and vice chairs, and can assign functions to the committee, i.e. can prescribe the terms of reference for these committees. Now, Mr. Mayor, I've come to the conclusion of the administrative powers. So before I turn to the prescribed provincial priority powers, I'll just take a pause and ask if there are any questions from anyone.
Any questions from a member of council? No, not seeing any or hearing any, so you can continue, please.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Mayor. Maybe my explanation is just so clear that there are no questions.
You're doing great.
I'm now going to move to the prescribed provincial priorities. Here is the regulation. By the way, this is the entirety of the regulation. The following are provincial priorities for those three sections, and I will talk about each of those sections. Again, building 1.5 million new residential dwellings by December 31st, 2031, and constructing and maintaining infrastructure to support the housing. Infrastructure meaning transit, roads, utilities, and servicing. And you'll see that Bill 17, just announced yesterday, speaks to all of these things, okay? So what is the first power? It's under 284.10. As you know, one of the mandatory municipal bylaws that every council must enact is a procedure bylaw. And that procedure bylaw specifies a number of things. One of them is the rules of how the engagement of the meeting will move forward. Well, certain rules now will no longer apply to the head of council. The head of council is, under this section, allowed to bring forward a matter for consideration by council if the mayor is of the opinion that it potentially advances a provincial priority, and may do so notwithstanding anything that is in your procedure bylaw. So, for instance, for someone to bring forward something for a resolution or a bylaw or something to be done, typically it would be a new order of business or a notice of motion or however it's dealt with in your procedure bylaw. Now, if the mayor is himself of the opinion, so it's the mayor's opinion, not anyone else's, that something potentially, not inexorably will, just potentially advances a provincial priority, then the mayor can require council to consider the matter. Now, I've put at the very bottom, this power is different from one that I'll show you in just a moment. The mayor can't require that council vote on the matter. So can raise it, but can't force a vote. And I'll get to the other one in just a moment. So that's the first power. The second power with respect to provincial priorities is one that you probably heard about because it got a lot of notoriety when it first was announced, and that's the veto power. The mayor now has the authority to veto any recently enacted bylaw of council, provided the bylaw is a bylaw under the Municipal Act, under the Planning Act, or a prescribed statute. The regulation in Section 6, Regulation 53022, prescribes one statute, and it's Section 2 of the Development Charges Act. So, if the head forms the opinion that any of these bylaws potentially interferes with a provincial priority, the mayor can veto that bylaw. Okay, so it is limited. It has to be a bylaw under the Municipal Act, under the Planning Act, or a development charge bylaw, okay? Now, you might be saying, provincial priorities, housing. Well, I get the Planning Act. I understand that because the Planning Act deals with zoning, subdivision approval, consents, right? And I get the Development Charges Act because what does the Development Charges Act do? Well, it imposes charges for capital cost to fund infrastructure to service new development. So you can see how those fit in. But the Municipal Act, how does that work? So here's one example that I've come up with. And this is how broad-ranging these powers may be. What if the mayor decides that it is imperative for your municipality to start building at all costs? Just get building, get construction underway. You might have a noise bylaw in your municipality. That noise bylaw may have certain quiet periods where no construction activity can occur for noise and vibration to occur after certain hours, after 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., and can't start until 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning, and then can't occur on holidays or weekends or Sundays, whatever. Mayor could potentially form the opinion that 24/7 construction activity can take place. So that's just one example where you can see, wow, this power could be pretty flexible and could potentially veto a provision of a recently enacted noise bylaw that might put in place certain quiet periods for quiet contemplation, where there is no noise emissions or vibrations that are permitted. So that's how it goes. So if the mayor would like to veto a bylaw, he has to provide notice to council within 2 days of the vote of the bylaw. So when I said it can only apply to recent bylaws, it's because this power has now come in place as of May the 1st, and the mayor can only exercise it within 2 days of the passage of a bylaw. So you can't go back, Mr. Mayor, and start vetoing bylaws that council passed a year ago or 6 months ago or even now 2 weeks ago, because it would have been out of time. Now, if the mayor gives notice, then the mayor has 14 days from the date of the original council vote to actually veto the bylaw. And what that means is the mayor must provide written reasons to support. What would those reasons be? Well, you can only exercise this power if the bylaw would potentially interfere with a provincial priority. So your reasons must be somehow focused on not having this interference with some aspect of provincial priority. Okay? Now, this is where it gets really interesting. Council, if it doesn't like the mayor vetoing, can override the mayor's veto. So, in a sense, a veto of a veto. But council can only do so with a 2/3 vote of council. Okay? Now, That is 2/3 of council. What is your council composition? Your council is 7 people. What do you need for quorum for a meeting? 4 at your municipality. So you can have a meeting with 4, but if you want to veto or override the mayor's veto, you need a 2/3 vote of all members of council. So bear with me, if my math is correct. Take 1/3 of council, right? It's 2 1/3. 2/3 of council would be 4 2/3. You would need 5 votes to override the mayor's, is that right? Yes, 5 votes to override the mayor's veto. That's how it works. So if you only have 6 members of council, you still need 5 people to do it. If you only have 5 people at the meeting, you need unanimity. The mayor is entitled to vote on the override. So you're already behind the 8 balls. So let me spell it out for your municipality. If the mayor exercises his veto, you need 2/3. You need 5 members of council. If the mayor can vote, you've already lost 1 vote. Presumably the mayor will vote against the override. That means the mayor really needs 2 more votes to support him. Okay? The third power is the one that was added by Bill 39. This says, despite what the procedure bylaw says, if the mayor forms the opinion that any bylaw under those same statutes, the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, and the Development Charge bylaw, if they may potentially advance a provincial priority, the head of council may propose the bylaw to council with supporting reasons. And again, those supporting reasons would say what? It's potentially advancing a provincial priority, and require council to vote. And here's the one, this is why this has been very controversial. The bylaw may be enacted if it is passed by more than 1/3 of a vote of council. Again, it's not 1/3 of the members present, it's 1/3 of council. So, going back to my math, your council, 7 members. What is 1/3 of council? It's 2 1/3. You don't have a third, but you can use the fraction because the mayor is entitled to vote, so the mayor needs 2 votes. So with 3 persons, you can have a potential advancement of a provincial priority bylaw enacted. This is the one that is the minority majority vote, and it's gotten a lot of flack as being anti-democratic. So once again, the mayor is entitled to vote. These can only be exercised, the 3 powers, 284.10, 284.11, and 284.11.1, only with respect to provincial priorities. 2 to advance and 1 to not interfere. Mr. Mayor, I've come to the end of provincial priority powers, and I'm pleased to stand down and take any questions.
Any questions from members of council? Okay. All right. No, you can keep going.
Okay, and now I'm going to turn to the mayor's budget power or responsibility or duty. It always used to be under Section 289 for you as a lower tier municipality, it would be council bringing forward a budget. Now, the legislation is very clear. The head of council prepares the proposed budget for the municipality. Must do so on or before February 1st of every year. The head of council does not have to wait to February 1st, but that's the deadline. If the head of council does not propose the budget to council by February 1st, he forfeits his right, his entitlement to do so, and then council has a mandatory obligation where council shall prepare and adopt a budget. There is no authority for the mayor to delegate or assign the budget powers. The mayor's budget is now the mayor's budget. The mayor can and must bring it forward, and if the mayor doesn't, forfeits the right to do so. However, the mayor, even though the mayor can't assign the responsibility and can't delegate the responsibility, the mayor can give direction to staff under the very first section that I showed you, and can, for example, say to you CAO and to you treasurer and to you clerk, I would like you to prepare a budget and to do it in this method. Go ahead, create a budget committee, have public consultation, pretty much do it the way you've always done it. There is nothing wrong with that. The only change is at the very end, instead of the budget coming forward as council's budget, the budget will be presented to council or proposed to council by the mayor. Okay, now the mayor can pretty much say, here's my budget, and now I'm going to have the treasurer or the CAO explain it. It can be done that way. So while there's no delegation authority, there is the ability to give instructions to staff to bring it forward. I've been asked, can the mayor say, I'd like you to bring forward a budget, do it however you want, staff, but I want a 0% tax increase, or I want a 2% max tax increase? Yes, the mayor could. Those are directions that the mayor could do. There's broad authority. And again, none of this has been settled. None of this has been determined. All we have are the first 48 or 47 municipalities that have gone forward with it, and you have their examples of how they did it. So the mayor brings forward the budget. Council can adopt the budget, or council can propose amendments to the budget. If council proposes amendments, the head of council may accept them or can veto any of council's amendments. If the mayor does veto, the council may then veto the mayor's veto by a 2/3 vote, operating very much like I showed you before with respect to the veto power under 284.11, okay? Can do that. There are certain technical rules on how to do this, and if the budget needs an in-year amendment, there are provisions in the regulation for how that is done. This afternoon, I was asked this question, and I'll tell you, I'm not sure that this is the correct answer, but this is the answer that I gave. I was asked, what if council proposes amendments? What if the mayor doesn't want those amendments, but is proposing different amendments? Can the mayor do so? And if the mayor does so, does it trigger the 30-day requirement for council to then propose further amendments? And I said, I think the answer is yes. I think reading the authority of the statute broadly in accordance with Section 8 sub 1 of the Municipal Act, I think that is how it would work. But I said to my client, I said, there is no mention anywhere of the mayor being able to make amendments to the budget. However, it would be extraordinary if the mayor couldn't do that. If the mayor could only veto and not propose something different in a sense of compromise, that would be extraordinary to me. So I think my answer is there can be amendments made by the mayor, but that then would trigger council's ability within 30 days to be able to propose further amendments. Okay? And finally, I'll get to the miscellaneous powers. Now, remember I said right here, the mayor cannot delegate? I said that because there are specific authorities under the administrative powers where the mayor is specifically entitled to delegate, and that's set out in section 284.13. So statutory interpretation 101 would tell you if the legislation provides for a certain power and sets out expressly how that power is to be carried out and is silent on other provisions, it means that it intended to have those powers only with the way they were expressly set out. So my interpretation is in section 284.13, the mayor is entitled to delegate to council the power to hire and fire the chief administrative officer. Can delegate to council or to the CAO the powers relating to the organizational structure of the municipality. Can, if there had been prescribed local boards, delegate the power to council, and can delegate to council the powers with respect to prescribed committees. Because this section is very clear that these powers can be delegated, it means that the legislative drafters considered what powers are suitable for delegation and said, only these ones. Okay. Now, if you look at the first bullet on my screen, it says the head of council may delegate the following powers and duties in accordance with section 23.1 sub 2 of the Municipal Act. You may recall in a number of revisions, I think it was the Bill 130 revisions in 2006, there were general delegation authorities given to municipalities. They had previously been in disparate parts of the statute. They consolidated them, and now they are in one standalone portion, sections 23.1 to 23.6. 23.1 says if council delegates in a certain way, then these rules apply. Those rules will apply to a delegation of the mayor under any of these parts. So the question that I keep getting asked is, so the mayor can delegate the organizational structure to the CAO today. It's allowed, yes. What happens if the CAO leaves? The mayor may have had some trust and faith in that particular CAO. Can the mayor revoke that delegation? The answer is absolutely yes. How long do the delegation powers exist? They will exist and continue to bind the next council until that head of council decides to do something different. That head of council may be just pleased as punch with all of these powers having been delegated, or none of these powers having been delegated. However, the new head of council, should there be a new head of council at any point in time, the head of council could change the rules, and that would be authorized and permitted under section 23.1. There is an immunity provision, which is unfortunately titled, because if anyone reads this, it seems to read, anytime the mayor exercises strong mayor powers, it's immune from any kind of challenge. And that's not actually what the section says. It says it in this way, and I've paraphrased it, and I hope it makes some sense for you, the way I've paraphrased it. It says, any decision made or a veto power or other power that is exercised by the head of council legally and in good faith shall not be quashed or open for review, or because of any unreasonableness or supposed unreasonableness. So, is that a complete immunity? No. If the mayor exercises the powers illegally, illegally or does so in bad faith, then someone could bring an application to quash or seek a judicial review, which is how I read those words, shall not be quashed or open for review. The other night, someone had said to me, so the mayor advances a zoning bylaw to advance provincial priorities. It's enacted with more than 1/3 of council. Can that bylaw be appealed to the OLT by the property owner or someone else, to the extent that there are third-party rights still existing in Ontario? The answer is, the way I read this, is yes. The words are, the immunity relates to quashing and review. An appeal is not a quashing, an application to quash, or an application for judicial review. So my answer is yes. That matter could still go into the OLT, the Ontario Lands Tribunal, for a determination, and the mayor would have to make a decision. Potentially give direction to staff to retain a solicitor or to retain an independent planning consultant to support the mayor's opinion that the bylaw is a good bylaw. So that's an example. The reason I cited sections 272 and 273 at the bottom of the page is because the language in 284:14 essentially borrows from those two sections. 272 basically says you cannot seek to challenge a bylaw for being unreasonable or supposedly unreasonable, and section 273 says you can challenge a bylaw for illegality or being enacted in bad faith by bringing an application to quash within 1 year of the enactment. The head of council in a strong mayor municipality vacate the office, leaves. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hearing an echo. It must be something on my end. So anytime there's a vacancy of office under 258 of the Municipal Act, council has a decision to make after declaring the office vacant. Within 60 days, council has to either make a decision to hold a by-election to fill the vacancy or appoint a person. Those rules continue to apply except for the head of council in a strong mayor-designated municipality. Council can only hold a by-election. So if you remember, the mayor of the city of Toronto in February of 2024, I believe, announced that he was going to resign. City Council in Toronto had no ability to appoint as a successor. They could only run a by-election, and this is true. The mayor can only be elected in a strong mayor municipality. Yes, acclamation is an election. If you read the words of Section 37, Sub 1 of the Municipal Elections Act, the words are elected by acclamation. That is an election. The other thing that you should bear in mind, and there are other provisions in the regulation that make this absolutely clear, a deputy mayor, or in your case, the reeve, an acting mayor or an interim mayor who might step in to fulfill the role of the mayor, perhaps on county council, or if the mayor is absent, does not have the authority and the powers of the strong mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, if you're away, anyone who's in your seat or anyone who's acting as the acting mayor of the municipality does not have your strong mayor powers. They cannot exercise those powers. And then there is the in-writing requirements. I made a reference to this before when I referred to the directions that were given to staff. All of the powers that are exercised or the duties that are discharged under 6.1 of the Municipal Act must be in writing, and there are certain requirements you'll see on the screen. There must be a written record produced by the next business day to be given to each member of council and to the clerk, and subject to the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, that record must be made available to the public. Okay, so this is again in the interest of some openness, accountability, and transparency. My final point on the screen is, to date, most written records that are produced out of strong mayor powers, so that would be directions, bylaws, decisions, and vetoes, are all, exclude the bylaw for the moment, because those are bylaws enacted by council. My apologies. So vetoes, directions, and decisions, those have taken the form of, and don't take this pejoratively, but they look like executive orders. They look very short and sleek. There's usually the reference to the statutory reference to the authority, the regulatory reference, if any, the short title of what it proposes to do, maybe a couple of whereas clauses, and then a short listing, if there's more than one, of what the mayor intends to do with the decision or the direction or the veto. They're usually quite brief. I have seen some that are longer, but most of them have taken, as I said, the form of an executive type of order. That's the format. Most municipalities have done this because now you can't just go and find the bylaws of a municipality. You now have to find mayoral decisions, directions, and vetoes. So most clerks have been setting up separate web pages on the municipality's website where mayoral decisions are listed. Sometimes there are 3 classifications. There are decisions, directions, and vetoes. Sometimes there are 3 separate web pages, and sometimes they're all lumped together and they're all called decisions. Quite honestly, I always think the first one is the most user-friendly. One web page that's divided into 3 subcategories: mayoral decisions, mayoral directions, and mayoral vetoes. I find that is how I think, and well, just because I think it doesn't make it right, but I think that's how I've predominantly seen it run by clerks. Finally, as you know, under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, any member that has a pecuniary interest in a matter that's before council under Section 5.1, or that is in front of an officer or employee of the municipality for a recommendation or decision, cannot take part in the decision-making process. Okay, must recuse themselves because they have a vested financial interest, whether direct, indirect, or deemed. Mostly now, members have to declare at the opening of the meeting, or as soon as they find out about it, whether they have a pecuniary interest. And Section 5.1 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act says you also have to file a written statement. Well, now some of the mayoral decisions, directions, and vetoes do not happen at an open council meeting. So there is an additional provision in the MCIA, the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, a new section 5.3, which I put up almost exactly as it is on the screen for you. If the mayor has a pecuniary interest, you need to disclose the interest by filing a written statement with the clerk as soon as you find out about it, as soon as you can become aware of it. You cannot use the power in respect of that matter, and you can't use your office to influence the decision of anyone at the municipality with respect to that matter. So the supersedes and has primacy over strong mayor powers. So again, Mr. Mayor, if you have a pecuniary interest, you cannot exercise your strong mayor powers. It isn't the other way around. It isn't that strong mayor powers trumps the MCIA. It's the MCIA still applies and still precludes you from taking part in the decision-making process with respect to any matter in which you have a financial interest. So, Mr. Mayor, I've come to the end. I've got just a very brief conclusion. Strong mayor powers, the expansion now to 170 municipalities. I think in total it's 217, which I think your CAO has said to me it's 49.2% of all municipalities in Ontario. I'm going to stand by Gloria's mathematics there. Strong mayor powers, there are limited executive powers and authorities, but they're very significant. There are those administrative powers that entrench upon the administration and management of the municipality. There are the powers related to provincial priorities, where the mayor can advance a matter to be considered by council and can bring forward and require that council vote on a bylaw if it potentially advances a provincial priority and have it passed with only more than 1/3 of a council minority. And then there is the veto power if the mayor forms the opinion that a bylaw or part of a bylaw potentially interferes with a provincial priority. There is the budget responsibility now that resides with the mayor, even though the mayor may give directions to staff to bring it forward and to do potentially how it's always been done, provided that at the end the mayor comes forward with the budget. And then finally there are those miscellaneous powers and responsibilities that I've just mentioned to you, including the ability to delegate a number of the administrative powers. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I've now come to the end of my formal presentation. I will stop sharing my screen, and again, I would be pleased to attempt to answer any questions that you, Mr. Mayor, your members of council, or I suppose anyone else that you permit to ask any questions.
Councillor John McDonald has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, through you, and thank you very much, John. Very thorough. An observation and then a question. For a pilot project that's been around since 2022, it's disappointing to hear, it seems like, that not everything's been ironed out, because there was a lot of, by slide 21, there was a lot of we don't know, right? There's a lot of uncertainty with regard to that, and I appreciate your honesty with regard to that. Slide 31, with regard to executive orders and actions, does the mayor need to provide the rationale to the public or to council with regard to any decisions or actions he takes? I'm glad you talked about the freedom of information, that it's subject to that, to disclosure, but do they have to provide the rationale? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Through you, Mr. Mayor. My answer is a number of the provisions require supporting reasons. Those primarily relate to the provincial priorities because, again, the mayor can exercise certain powers if they advance provincial priorities or if they potentially interfere, and supporting reasons need to be provided. With many of the other ones, the directions to staff, there don't have to be reasons to underlie to support those, even though the decisions and the directions have to be made public. As I've indicated, they have to be provided to the clerk, who then is well, I don't envy Ms. Arrett and what she might have to do, but has to comply with MFIPA and then make them somehow available to the public.
Councillor McWhirter, you have a question?
I do, through you, Mayor. My question is, and I'm a little confused on this, maybe you don't know the answer, why would they include the power to restructure our organizational chart, because we just went through this 2 years ago. We switched to a CAO system, restructured everybody that was under the old senior management team. And I'm wondering what possibly restructuring could be done that would actually advance the provincial priorities to build 1.5 million homes by 2031. I'm kind of at a loss on that.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor McWherty, that authority, the authority to reorganize the municipality's organizational structure, is not a provincial priority power. It's just now given to the mayor. So it doesn't have to be actually exercised for the purpose of advancing the provincial priorities. It can be done just because the mayor believes that the municipality would function better under their overview in a different setup. So the organizational structure, I can't answer the first question for you. I really can't, because I've asked a number of my employment lawyers about this. It's extraordinary how they fundamentally changed the whole municipal governance system in Ontario by saying all of a sudden, well, the mayor's in charge of the CAO now, no longer council, and the mayor can just set up the format of the municipality and doesn't have to have a reason based in provincial priorities, even though, I will grant you this, the whole intent of the strong mayor powers is to create additional housing. But those particular powers that I termed administrative don't have to be tied directly to a provincial priority.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. Thank you, John, for your presentation. It was really well done. I do have a question. Under 284.6, it's the powers, I'm sorry, I can't read because I'm blind. It allows the head of council with the organizational structure. However, in section 3, the limitation, the powers assigned under subsection 1 do not include the power to hire, dismiss, and here's the big one right here, or exercise any other prescribed employment powers with respect to any of the following persons. Okay? Can you explain exercise any other prescribed employment powers? What's that mean?
Yeah, thank you. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so let me say, when the words prescribed are used, and you'll see them, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the other screen because I do have that up on my screen. When the words prescribed are used, it means it's in the regulation. And Councillor, if you look at the regulation, there is nothing in there that prescribes employment powers. So when it says, or exercise any other prescribed employment powers, there are none at the moment. There are none in the regulation. They may come forward, just like, remember I was referring to you to prescribed local boards? You have this empty shell of a power, but there are no prescribed local boards. So I think the section that you were reading, if I'm not mistaken, Councillor, was it sub 3?
Correct.
Yes. So it says the powers assigned under subsection 1 to set the organizational structure don't include the power to hire, dismiss the following people. Since you can't exercise any other prescribed employment powers because there are none, it just says that you can't hire or dismiss any of those persons who are listed in numbers 1 to 11. And notice number 12, it says any other prescribed persons. Well, there are none.
Follow-up, Mayor Sidney?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So is the mayor allowed to take out of those 12 people? Is he allowed to promote them and give them a raise? Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll just be honest. Our mayor did this last week. Our deputy clerk was promoted and given a raise. So I'm just wondering, and we were given a nice letter through email, and I just want to make sure that it was done lawfully and done correctly.
It's going to be a point of, can I do a point of order for a second?
Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Just one second. Sorry. She is the clerk, not deputy clerk.
Did I say deputy clerk? Yeah. My apologies.
And are we getting into... Okay. Yeah, no, okay, go ahead, sir. Answer the question.
Yes, so if I could. So the words there are hire or dismiss. They can't do that. You can set the organizational structure. We don't know what that really is. We don't know how flexible that language could be. You've asked a really pointed question, and I have to say, on the spot, I'm not sure. I'd have to really think about whether that is in fact permitted or not. Off the top of my head, I believe that may be permitted.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. I really do appreciate it. I do have another question pertaining to another matter, Mayor Sidney. Through you, Mayor Sidney, again. So I just want to give you another example of something that happened in our municipality within the last week, and I'm just wondering if it's correct or not. So we had a councillor on April 1st put a motion forward regarding our museum. And the motion was, he asked that we direct staff to look at potentially closing the museum. The councillor wanted to see if it would be a benefit in our tax levy. Should we close it? Should we keep it open? And then we got an email from our CEO saying that under the strong mayor powers now, this would be an organizational change. Therefore, it went to the mayor's desk. He reviewed it, and he felt that I might get the wording wrong, so I'll ask the mayor or Gloria, CAO, to come in if I get the wording wrong. That he does not want to see the museum closed, so just end of discussion, and he's using it because of organizational structure. So that was it. Not coming back to council to discuss, to vote on. He was using his strong mayor powers to not bring this to council. I just want to make sure that's allowed, because potentially there could have been job loss. I'm assuming that is why. Yes, so there could have potentially been job loss, so therefore he's using his strong mayor powers saying, there's organizational change, I'm stopping it right now, the museum's staying open. Is that allowed? That's okay? I guess is my question.
Right. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the way you've described it, Councillor, it seems to me like it is an organizational structured issue, and it would appear to me, again, just hearing this now, that it would be within the purview and the authority of the mayor to make that decision.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying everything. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Revimo, I see you got your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. Your worship, and through you, John, this is my second time in 4 days, so thank you. I was with the Warden's Caucus on Friday. And the question I have is, under the strong mayor's powers, the mayor cannot rush out and commit the municipality financially by borrowing money or issuing debt.
Yes, I believe that's correct. The mayor doesn't, I think, have that authority to just do that unilaterally on their own.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I have one, because it was asked to me, and I really didn't know what to say. If a municipality, and I'll use ours for example, we have 7 members of council. If council decided to go down to 5 members of council, does that automatically remove the strong mayor power?
Mr. Mayor, I've been asked that question probably more often than any other question. I think the answer is no. The decision was made to grant or to designate the 170 municipalities based on whatever the rules were at that time. They're now designated. I suppose the minister could always decide, oh, I'm going to take them off, but I don't see any requirement and I don't see any automatic, oh, you're no longer a 6-member, 7-member council, you're only 5 members, therefore you're off. I don't think it works that way. I think anyone who's on the list now stays on the list until the minister decides that you come off the list.
Okay, and one more follow-up just to put you on the spot for that. In my review and trying to learn all of this stuff, and if a council went down to 5, would that not actually give the mayor more power because of the way the 1/3 and 2/3 vetoes and all that stuff? Because you'd have less people, so you'd need less people. Would that not kind of...
Oh, wow, Mr. Mayor, that's an interesting question. I don't know the answer because I've never done the calculation with less than 6. I've always been looking at the numbers above 6, so I don't know. I suppose it makes it more, I don't know. I don't know if it favors or disfavors the mayor, the strong mayor.
Thank you. Any other members of council have any questions? None? I'm not hearing any more questions. Reeve, you're good? Okay. All right. John, thank you so much for your time. It was a fantastic presentation. We really appreciate it. Still lots to absorb and figure out and all that stuff, but we really appreciate you taking the time to educate us on this.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, it's been my pleasure. Thank you very much to both Gloria and Carolyn for inviting me and having me here. I'll stand by. I'm learning something new every day on this, and I'm sure you probably are too. I'll just say just one parting comment, and I think it was maybe Councillor McDonald's comment. I don't think the province thought of every possible scenario. So many times I'm being asked to give an opinion. I'll go, I don't think the province ever thought about this as being any kind of concern or problem. And your guess as to how this may apply is probably as good as mine. Again, there's been no court decisions, no other decisions, tribunals or otherwise that have interpreted it. So I think for a little bit, everyone's going to be flying blind until some of the initial decisions come out of the courts, and maybe you'll see the court saying the powers are much more expansive or the powers are much more restrictive, and then you might have a better reading. But I still think that's a couple of years away. So anyway, Mr. Mayor, members of council, should you need anything, I'm available. And again, thank you very much. It's been my privilege to be able to present to you this evening.
Thank you so
Have
much.
a good evening.
Thank you. Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I just have a question actually probably directed at the clerk. Are we currently posting, because I know the powers have been used a few times in the first week or so, have we been posting these on the website, or do we know what we're doing with that at this point in time? Because for transparency, I believe they should be posted somewhere. Just kind of curious.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. And to answer your question, yes, when a notice of, or sorry, I have to think about it already. When a mayoral decision has been provided, the clerk circulates both to council as well as posted on the website. There is a designated page currently on the town website that they'll be listed numerically.
Okay, thank you.
CAO?
So through you, Mayor, to council and for the public watching to be able to find that, if you go to our website at renfrew.ca, along the top you'll find several drop downs. In the Town Hall one, you will find there's a new section underneath the news and notices that says Strong Mayor Powers. It has some generic information about the legislation and will eventually have a link to this training that was just done here for council. So if anybody who missed it would like to come back and find it fairly quickly, and then all of the decisions or directions or vetoes that may ever exist will be on this page. But that's where it currently is sitting for anybody who wishes to go and look at it right now.
And before we move on, I'm just going to make a statement to the council that this is all new to me, and I am going to try to be upfront with you and rationales if I have to. I didn't ask for this either, so I just ask that you kind of bear with me till we figure out how we navigate this. For right now, as it's just so new. I think now we'll jump and welcome our delegation to come up, who's patiently sat there and waited and went through that to do her delegation. Just a reminder to council that it's fact-finding questions if you have any. It's not debatable, but there will be a report coming to council in the upcoming meeting of today. So just to remind you, we kind of set a 10-minute time period, and I will turn it over to you. Just make sure the light's green. And I will take note that Councillor Andrew Dick has left the table.
Okay, good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for being here tonight to listen. I apologize, I didn't realize there was a time change, otherwise I would have been here earlier. This is Roxanne Nolan. She's one of the coaches at Gymnastics A with me, and also my mom. So my name's Elizabeth Huckabone, and I run the Gymnastics Day Club at the MyFM Center on Wednesday nights. We have a contract with the town to share equipment in order to make both our clubs more viable for the area. I'd like to discuss putting in the floor, the gym hooks for the supports of the uneven gymnastics bars. So in 2023, the town began looking into purchasing a set of uneven bars and decided on standalone bars that did not require hooks. These bars came, and it was determined they were too cumbersome and too heavy to keep. They were extremely heavy and unable to take apart, and too wide to fit through the doorways to be taken out weekly from the gym. They returned them last spring, and it was at that point that I asked what the next plan would be in order to get the equipment that is needed for the age groups and the size of the kids that are currently offering gymnastics classes to. So I did some more research, and there's just not a version of standalone bars that do not pose the same problems as the ones that were initially purchased. They're made for gym clubs that leave their equipment up at all times, so not a setup and take down like we are. The option that would work is a set of bars that can be taken down and rolled out. These types of bars require supports in the floors to be stable and safe. There would need to be 4 support hooks in the floor, and I brought some information here for you. I'll pass it in a minute with the dimensions to show you what I mean. And so the holes in the floors, once they're done, they'd look a lot like, and they'd work a lot like the holes in the gym for, like, say, volleyball nets. There's like just a little cap, okay? I also have some emails I brought tonight, so you can see it was requested that I bring the conversations we have, so I have those ready for you as well in case there's any questions. And it involves the quote that the town received from a company called Advantage Sport of how much it would cost to install the support hooks. So I'm asking tonight that council please allow and potentially pay for the supports to be installed. If the town of Renfrew is willing to install the supports but cannot currently afford to do so, I would have access to the money needed but would require to be reimbursed. So I'm open to discussing those types of options as well with you. The Gymnastics Day Club will be purchasing the new set of uneven bars as soon as we have confirmation from the town that this installation is approved, and we really would appreciate having them in at the beginning of this September coming, so they're ready for this upcoming gymnastics season. Thank you for all your time and consideration.
Any clarifying questions from council? I know we are getting a report I do believe we've added it into the budget as well. So it is in the budget to do that as long as it stays there. So I don't think there's any questions from council. I appreciate you sticking around for the time that you did. If you want to hand out that stuff for us, that'd be fine.
I say, do you need them? This is just the emails and the bar specs.
I don't think we need, we're getting a report from staff, so.
Yeah.
Do you want them?
You would like one?
Okay, give them to council and then
Okay.
we'll have them.
So we just have one.
I would like to say too that maybe before you put the hooks in the floor, that you actually decide what bars are being bought, because the hooks differ from where they are placed, right?
Yeah.
So we'd like to be in on the discussion of what is happening there. So far, I feel the gym club's always been on the outside looking in, but we kind of like to be a partner of that. We own half the equipment that the town uses, and we'd like to have a say in how it's used as well.
We will definitely make sure that happens. Oh, Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just a clarifying question. So at this point in time, there's no rush. We have, in terms of timelines, we have till September. I just want to confirm that to get them in. Is that correct?
That would be like a rush, because they had originally said that they would be having them in April. And because they were trying to line up when Empire was getting hooks in for their equipment. And so you just don't get them tomorrow. You'd have to, it's already the end, mid-May. So you'd have to organize it now, I would assume.
Yeah.
Would you not?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other, Councilor McWhorter? Clarify.
You just clarify, you've bought the bars already, or?
Nope. The bars are expensive, so I'm awaiting your guys saying this is definitely happening, and I will purchase them immediately so that they are here ready to go. So the sooner you can tell me, the sooner I can order them, and I'm hoping to have them ready for September as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Hearing none. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to call a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 7:15. Welcome back, everybody. We're just going to go on to C.3, announcements and community events. Are there any announcements or community events? Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just want to remind everyone that there's currently a survey open regarding changes to the recycling program that will come in effect for businesses and organizations within Renfrew in January 2026. So I believe it's open till this Monday coming up, so it's important that council hears from the businesses on this. Thanks.
Any other announcements? Hearing none. Moving on to Committee of the Whole. That Renfrew Town Council convene in Committee of the Whole to consider reports for recommendations to Council. Mover, please. Councillor MacDonald, second by Councillor Legree. All in favor? We are now in Committee of the Whole. Moving on to E.1.1, the 2024 Annual Landfill Monitoring Report. That the Committee of the Whole receive the 2024 Annual Landfill Monitoring Report as information. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, second by Councillor McWhorter. And I will now turn it over to Manager Springer.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So per our landfill certificate of approval, we are to prepare an annual monitoring report, and it is required to be prepared by a qualified professional and submitted to the MECP, and the town contracts WSP Consulting to complete this monitoring and reporting on our behalf. The 2024 annual report is attached to the agenda. The findings do not indicate any unexpected environmental concern. The revised Phase 4 estimated capacity is 20 years. This is an increase from 17 years, which was estimated in 2023. This increase in lifespan capacity is primarily attributed to better waste compaction over the last 2 years. However, a secondary impact is the decrease in use of daily cover material on a large portion of the active area, which does lead to negative consequences. These factors highlight the importance of proper waste processing on the long-term success of the landfill. The report does include communication received from the MECP in early 2025 regarding changes to the monitoring program. Most of these changes can be incorporated into the annual program without issue. However, one item I would like to highlight is that the MECP has requested the testing of the groundwater for PFAS. PFAS is a group of man-made chemicals that do not degrade readily in the environment. They are an emerging concern at landfills. At this time, the request is only for a one-time sampling program. However, this may become a more frequent requirement. PFAS sampling requires a much more effort as the potential for cross-contamination is high, and therefore there is a higher analytical costs and sampling costs for that. But I don't have any numbers for you as of currently.
All right, Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, and just for both council as well as members of the public, I would like to note that the landfill report that is mentioned in the staff report unfortunately is not attached to the agenda. It's been basically ripped out because of the security. So the report itself provided by the consultants has security features on it that have password protection, meaning that it can't be on our agenda for accessibility. It locks it out. We are looking, well, it'll be on the website, but we're looking at another means of having it attached, at least in some capacity, whether it's just the executive summary or a link to our website. That will be included on the post agenda as well as indicated in the minutes, but just so that Council is aware that right now that report specifically is not attached to the agenda.
Okay. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, through you and to the manager. First page, last paragraph, and what I'm going to quote is, however, a secondary impact is the decrease in use of daily cover material on a large portion of the active area. Can you just elaborate what you mean by the use of daily cover? What are you specifying with regard to that? And can that be rectified?
Through you, Mayor. So that was identified in the last MECP inspection, was that there wasn't daily cover on a large portion of the area where we're actively filling on a day-to-day basis. Waste is required to be covered every day with a small layer of either wood chips or dirt. It prevents wind-blown litter, as well as helps with smells and with animals that may be introduced interested in the waste. So this has been an ongoing issue due to the resources that we have at the landfill in terms of only having a single operator and having our source of cover material being on the other side of the landfill from where we're currently operating. So we do often have Public Works come in and help us either bring in gravel from the pit that we own or by other means to get soil on top of that. So that has been an ongoing issue that the MACP is aware of. And that is an effect of the last 2 years of operations and not specifically as like today's operations, but what we've been seeing in the last 2 years.
Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. E.1.2, Old Wastewater Treatment Plant. That the Committee of the Whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council approve $40,000 for engineering services related to environmental and hazardous material update, design update, and tendering for the demolition of the old wastewater treatment plant and fund the increase from sewer reserves. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, second by Councilor Legree, and I will turn it back over to Manager Springer.
Thank you through you, Mayor. Back in February, Councilor McDonald provided a notice of motion requesting an updated information on the demolition of the old wastewater treatment plant, including direction for staff to seek a current estimate of costs. Following that, staff reached out to Jacobs, which is formerly CH2M Hill, who were the consultants that previously provided design on the project management and tendering support in the 2018 tendering process. Jacobs has provided a proposal for engineering services on a time and materials basis. The scope of work includes project management, review of existing project documentation and identification of information gaps, coordination of a species at risk screening, preparation of environmental health and safety risk assessment and a technical memorandum, update of tender documents, an opinion of probable costs for demolitioning for budgeting purposes, and assistance during tendering. Due to Jacobs' corporate policies, they have recommended that the town procure a consultant to update the hazardous building materials assessment separately. However, Jacobs would assist in the coordination of this work. Staff are recommending sole sourcing this work to Jacobs per our procurement policy due to their familiarity with project activities to date. Additionally, staff would look to sole source the update of the hazardous building materials assessment to Pynchon, the consultant that previously did that work. The estimated cost to do the work needed to prepare and issue a tender is $40,000. The inspection and project management of the demolition work would be a separate scope of work that is currently proposed for the 2026 budget. So the options available to council are to approve $40,000 for engineering services related to the demolition of the old wastewater treatment plant, which is what is recommended. We could also look at awarding this work to another consultant that has an existing standing offer agreement with the town, or we could postpone the work. It is recommended that we use Jacobs and Pynchon as they did the previous work, and it is believed to be the most efficient and cost-effective option to move forward on the project and to have a better understanding of the current liabilities and future costs associated with the wastewater treatment plant. There are efficiencies gained given that they are already familiar with the project and already have all the project documentation. We could look at other firms as mentioned, however, cost savings are unlikely given that they do not have the history with the project and the rates that were provided by Jacobs are in line with the rates with the other firms on our standing offer agreement. Or if we chose to postpone, that would mean that we would not have updated cost estimates for the 2026 budget and could possibly postpone the project even further. Thank you. I can take any questions.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the manager again. Do we have any legal opinion on that with regard to health and safety issues and contaminants and all that sort of stuff? Has that been looked into? And then I'll have a follow-up, Mayor.
Manager Springer?
No, that has not been looked into.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, and Mayor, through you, and I think I'd be more comfortable if we had a legal opinion with regard to it, whether, and especially with regard to health and safety issues. Is it something that needs to be looked at now, or is it something that we can put off to 2026? That's just a thought I have right now with regard to this. Do we have, and again, back to you, Manager, do we have any rough idea of what we would be looking for with a general costing to have that whole thing? Has that ever been looked into before?
Manager Springer?
Through you, Mayor, could you clarify what type of costing you're looking for? Is that for the demolition or for a legal opinion?
Thank you. No, with regard to demolition.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So it was tendered out in 2018. I believe the cost at that time was in the $350,000 range, give or take.
Councilor McDonald?
Thank you. One more. Mayor, do we have any idea if we were to proceed with it? Obviously, it has to come to the floor, it's on the floor to be spoken to. But where would the $40,000 be coming from? Are we talking reserves, or what part of the budget, please?
Manager Springer?
Through you, Mayor, as noted in the financial comment, the treasurer has suggested that this come out of reserves. I will also note that because council did not, it is in the budget, but that it wasn't assigned any value. Like, we did leave it in there, but there was no value assigned.
Any other questions? Councilor Cebulski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, through the manager. So again, apologies if there's repetition. So Jacobs was the one that's prepared the previous demolition RFP?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, but they were called a different company back then.
Thank you. And then to follow that up, I'm perplexed as to why we need to get another hazardous building material assessment done. If we've already issued an RFP, we should have known this information. We should have it. So what's the reason for doing this process a second time?
Through you, Mayor, it would just be an update to the one that we already have in case the legislation has changed in any way.
Councilor Cebulski?
Thank you. I believe that's probably a review that could be done in-house, comparing to what legislation is and what was found. But then the last one I noticed, you said time and material. So they would operate at a time and material. So it's $40,000 to get them in the room, and then it's time and material passed. What's the time and material comment for?
Sorry, I would have to actually go back and look at their offer or their proposal, as I did write this probably about a month ago. It's been pushed off a couple times. So that is how their proposal is written. I guess that's just the type of contract that it is. I'm sorry.
We've learned in this room that time and material is not our favorite type of contract. So I just wanted to note that I don't like that verbiage in there one bit.
Reeve, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did, but Councillor Cebulski asked both of my questions, so thank you.
Okay. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. At the time that Councillor McDonald put this motion on the floor, I was in favor of it. Now, and thank you to staff for bringing back everything he's asked for and council's asked for. And at this time, this is the way I look at it. I said, we have a building. It's not doing any harm. It's fenced off. It's there. I don't know what the panic is to get rid of it. It's out of sight. It's out of mind. It's not an environmental hazard. It's not doing anything. We're chasing something that we think needs to be done. No one's told us we have to take it down. Government, big bad government has come in and said, you got to remove this. I'm just postpone this. Postpone it, postpone it, postpone it. And that's where I'm at with this. So that's the way I'm going to vote tonight on this one. Thanks.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. And I guess that's where I'd like to have a legal opinion before making any formal decisions. I guess that's the way I'd like to go on this, and I'll leave it for conversation.
So I want clarification just from you, so from my knowledge. So legal opinion based on like
health and safety, and with regard to if it's hazardous, or do we have a responsibility to look after it? That's really where I'm at right now. Like, let's tidy that end up before we make any decisions. Can it be put off to 2026? And that sort of thing. So
sort of like responsibility plus liability.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and to, with all due respect to Councillor McDonald, let's not poke the dog with a stick. Nobody's knocking on, the dog's not growling at us to get this down. I wouldn't ask for any legal opinion. I wouldn't ask for anything. Just leave it alone. Let's not open any doors that we might not want opened right now. It's fenced off. Our insurance company obviously has said we're doing everything legally right, and I think if we're going to have a conversation with anybody, I think we should have a conversation with our insurance company before we talk to legal, because our insurance company will tell us if we're doing everything right, and we're not, and they're not a big dog, so we can poke him a little bit.
Councillor LeGray.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I disagree a little bit, I guess. I think we need, as a municipality, we need to kind of be environmentally responsible. Like, if we don't know, it's easy for us to say that it's not polluting, it's not doing this, not doing that, but we don't really know is basically the outcome of it. I am concerned, as Councillor Cebulski said, with the wording. I would like to see maybe Ms. Springer come back, find out exactly what the wording is in the contract. I'd also like to see the 2018 report, I think it was 2018, I believe, report and what Jacobs had to say back then, and then make a decision from that. So that's where I stand.
Councillor McDonald.
I'm wondering, Mayor, through you, can we put this off for 2 weeks and to give the manager time to compile that information and revisit it then?
So we need a motion to defer. Oh, sorry, Director Weathers, you have a statement?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I'd like specific direction from council, exactly what the council would like us to do. This direction differs pretty significantly from the previous direction given. So I would like council to speak as one voice, provide very specific direction in terms of what they would like to see from staff. Thank you.
So yes, through you, Mayor. So to clarify, the notice to defer should have some sort of, maybe some conditions in it as to what the deferral is specifically based on, of what you're wanting to come back. Do you want it coming from insurance? Do you want it coming from legal? Do you want to sit and wait? Something that the majority of council will vote on. If we do it, if there's something that the majority are working on and we can put it right in the motion, that should be enough direction for the staff to be able to proceed.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I'd be okay to Councillor Andrew Dick's position of the insurance, at least inquire into the insurance company in terms of our responsibilities and all that. If that opens up another door where we have to look after legal, I can leave it with the manager, Springer, to look after that issue. But also to with regard to the previous report, I'd like to see that too. So those are the two I'm looking at right now.
So a motion to defer with direction to look at insurance and possible legal. Councillor Andrew Dick.
I'm Mayor Sidney, and through you, and I do hear where Councillor McDonald's coming. I'm just not liking the direction where this is going, because I think we're going to open a can of worms and it's going to cost us about $500,000. There's nothing wrong with it right now. So I really am strongly recommending to my fellow council members, postpone, 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 and just leave it alone.
Councillor LeGray.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I just want clarification from, I guess, Councillor McDonald's. So with legal, so on here it says that Jacobs is preparing an environmental health and safety risk assessment. Is that the same as, I don't know what the difference is, what he's asking is what I want clarification on with insurance. Like, I don't follow that piece, sorry.
Councillor McDonald.
I think it gets back to the liability issues that are with us, the risk management, and an opinion from them. And again, if the insurance company opens up the door to perhaps we seek legal, then keep it simple. And I'd like to, more importantly, I'd like to see that original report. Maybe that's dealt with in the report. So if we want to streamline this, and if it makes everyone happy, if we put it off for 2 weeks, get a hold of the original report to take a look at that, and that potentially could be even within there.
Okay. Manager Springer?
Through you, Mayor, may I get clarification on what they mean by the previous report? Jacobs previously prepared a tender Pynchon previously prepared a hazardous substances report. Which are we looking for?
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I'd be satisfied with any information we have from that from 2018, I think. So whatever information's there, if it can be compiled and presented to us in 2 weeks, I'd be satisfied with that.
Okay. Councillor Gray.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just to add to it, I just want to go back to Councillor Cebulski's with the wording too. I would like that added into the, I know we're all giving you bits and pieces now, but into the motion, because that concerns me too. So I just want, if Ms. Springer could just clarify with what that means.
So Councillor McDonald, would it be a motion to defer for 2 weeks and provide council with any reports from 2018 and to look into what that contract really means? And that's it? Yep. Director Withers?
Yes, thank you. We're going to request a little bit more time. 2 weeks means that all that information, a new report would have to be done by this Friday. And we're requesting, so I'd request a little bit more time than that, if possible. Thank you.
CAO?
So through you, Mayor, as it was decided just before this meeting started and hasn't made it out to the staff, there is the meeting on the 27th will be canceled due to the lack of quorum available. So the meeting will actually be for the 3rd, so that is actually 1 more week. Just for clarity, we have not had that chance to put that out and will be announced at the end of this meeting as well. But.
So I would need did you get that? Yeah. Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Just if I've captured the conversation and making sure that Renfrew Town Council defer a decision on the old wastewater treatment plant demolition engineering proposal with direction to staff to bring forward the original 2018 hazardous assessment report from Pynchon's and clarification on the RFP engineering clause regarding time and material. So mover and a seconder.
Mover. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Reid. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to E3. That the committee of the whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council repeal bylaw 33-2012, being a bylaw to license, regulating, and govern taxi cab owners and drivers in the town of Renfrew. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor LaGree, and I will turn it over to the Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to all of Council. So on March 11th of this year, Renfrew Town Council made the following motion that Renfrew Town Council direct staff to review and report back to Council on the pros and cons of repealing the current taxi bylaw. So the current bylaw is also attached for your review as Appendix A. I think it's important to provide a few key components of what is actually in the current taxi bylaw. I won't go through the whole thing in its entirety, but what I'll do is highlight a few components. The bylaw regulates the fares and the tariffs the taxi cabs can charge customers for services in town. The current bylaw regulates vehicle standards, including annual safety inspection, but also speaks to the general condition of the vehicle in terms of interior cleanliness and exterior rust, etc. It also speaks to requirements such as criminal record checks and driver's abstract for all drivers. The current bylaw does not regulate out-of-town fares, and it does not regulate business hours or hours of work. So staff have provided Council with several options for your consideration. Option 1 is to maintain the existing taxi bylaw. Option 2 is to abolish the taxi bylaw entirely. Option 3 is to revise the taxi bylaw. And finally, option 4 is to choose to defer the item to allow for further discussion and consideration. So option 1, maintain the existing bylaw. Some of the pros: ensure continued oversight and safety, pricing and service quality, provide a mechanism for complaints or investigations and enforcement, protects consumers from unfair pricing and some standard conditions or service. It also maintains stability in the local taxi industry. Some of the cons: this taxi bylaw may be seen as outdated given the rise of alternative transportation options. The current bylaw regulates taxi fares, which could be restrictive for taxi operators. So regulating taxi fares could be seen as restrictive. It does not allow for the owners to increase or decrease fares based on inflation, rising costs, or it does not include the rising costs of labor and other costs associated with that. Further on with cons, creates enforcement difficulties in terms of ensuring the minimum vehicle maintenance standards are maintained between the annual renewals. There's also some legal liability which remains with the municipality for ensuring compliance and enforcement. So by requiring safety inspections, the municipality assumes some responsibility for ensuring taxi vehicles meet minimum safety standards, which could be used as legal argument in a lawsuit. So under option 2, abolishing the taxi bylaw, some of the benefits of this option could encourage free market competition. Taxi fares could regulate the individual taxi operators, allowing for adjustments depending on fluctuating operating costs. This option does create equal opportunity for all transportation providers, including ride-sharing services. Reduce licensing fees associated with registering taxi cab companies and their drivers. So currently the cost for a taxi company renewal is $100 for the first taxi cab and $50 for any additional cabs. There's also a taxi cab driver's license renewal, cost of $25 per driver. Some of the negative consequences. So there's no regulatory oversight, which may lead to inconsistent service quality and safety concerns. There is some potential for price surges or exploitation during peak demand periods, and there's also the loss of consumer protection mechanism. Council may choose to revise the current bylaw, which allows for adaptation to current market conditions while maintaining safety and consumer protections. It also provides flexibility to address industry concerns without full deregulation. And again, some of the negative consequences: requires municipal resources to develop and enforce new regulations. Again, the possible legal risks remains with the municipality, and it may not fully satisfy stakeholders who favor either full regulation or deregulation. Council may choose to defer a decision regarding the current taxi bylaw. This would allow for further clarification if required, or to provide council and staff time to review or gather further details. I should also note that the decision, should council choose to repeal this bylaw, it does not have to be permanent. For example, if there is issues in the next months or years to come, council could also revisit the bylaw. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Mayor Sidney, and through you, and thank you. And thank you to Chief Guest for this amazing document. He gave us so many options. I was the one that brought this forward. I'm glad to see that, correct me if I'm wrong, that the staff are recommending that we abolish the bylaw. Just to clarify that.
Chief, that's correct. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Staff's recommending it. I support it. I think it's a great idea. And that's all I have to say.
Councillor Legree.
Through Mayor Sidney, I agree with Councillor Andrew Dick. I think it's just outdated. I don't think the municipality should be deciding what business or businesses in town should be charging for fares. It's up to the the people using the service, whether they want to use that one or another one or that. So I'm in full support of getting rid of it. So thanks.
Revimo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question. If we abolish it, and should someone have a complaint, whether they're not happy with the service, feel the car's unsafe, any of those number of things, what happens to that complaint? Where does it go, and how is it responded to?
Director, yes?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it really is dependent on what that complaint is. A lot of what is outlined in this current bylaw could be potentially given to the MTO or the OPP. So if there's unsafe vehicles, that is something that the ministry could certainly deal with. I do understand that should be a mechanism for the town. That would be probably through Access E.
Clerk?
And if I might, Your Worship, could I have a follow-up?
Yep, go ahead.
Would it be advisable for us to have Chief Guest contact the OPP and the MTO? Because sometimes we assume those bodies are going to do things and they find a different source of legislation to say they're not going to. So I'd hate for us to to terminate this bylaw and then suddenly have no access for complaints to be addressed.
Councilor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, to Director Guest. And I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but do you happen to know what our close municipalities do, like the city of Pembroke and that currently? Like, are the majority of them have a taxi bylaw, or do they not? Or
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's really a council's decision. So the town of Renfrew does not have a taxi bylaw, whereas the city of Pembroke does have a taxi bylaw, and it's in some areas it's more stringent than this bylaw. So they're kind of all over the place.
Recorder?
Through you, Mayor, just a statement. I like the idea. It opens it up to more actually competitiveness. It doesn't stop anybody else from coming in, like Lyft or another one of those services. So I think it's should be good for the consumer, actually. So I'm good with it.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And legislatively, we don't need it. Am I correct on that?
Thank you, through Mayor Sidney. To answer your question and to go from what Director Guest has stated, that it is more municipalities are moving towards not regulating it. There are other regulations in place that can enforce, as he stated, the MTO with regards to vehicles, Better Business Bureau for a company and how they operate. Again, should the council wish, or should council decide not to regulate taxis in general, it would no longer become a municipal problem, the same way as if a business is operating in the town of Renfrew, it is no longer necessarily regulated or restricted by the municipality, short of them falling within the bylaw of property standards or something. So it would limit more on the municipal side of things.
Councilor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. And with respect to Revimo's comments, I hear where he's coming from, but bottom line is if a pizza delivery driver has a loud car and he's driving back and forth on Main Street, and the citizens of this town want to make a complaint, they're not coming to the town of Renfrew. And it should be the exact same with the taxis. They are running a business. It's their business. It's their cars. If they don't want to take to their cars, let the taxpayers decide who they want to use service with. Another big thing that's happened in this town is there's taxis not running 24/7 anymore, and the town of Renfrew has been the municipality is being blamed for it, and we have nothing to do with it. So maybe abolishing the bylaw now, another person might say, hey, there's a need for a service in the town of Renfrew. I'm going to operate 11 at night to 7 in the morning. and he might pick that business up. I think the biggest one, though, is the municipality will no longer be liable because we do not have a bylaw. So therefore, if something happens, we will not be liable in any instance. And I just think I think this is a great forward motion to allow businesses to run their business without the watchful eye of the municipality of Renfrew.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Oops. Moving on to E.5.1. That the Committee of the Whole received the Gymnastics A capital budget request and background report as information. Mover, please. Councillor Sobalski, second by Councillor McWhorter. And I will now turn it over to Director Latondres.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and to all council. So first, I would just like to say we have a good partnership with Gymnastics A. We have not been against this project in any way. It has just been timing. Just a little bit, on April 22nd, we were directed, council directed us to prepare a background report on the gym floor anchors and the associated hardware requested by Gymnastics A for the MyFM Center, including the technical specifications, financial implications, warranty details, and a summary of communications with Gymnastics A to date. And just to note, this project was included in our capital requests for 2025. So Gymnastics A approached the town in September of 2024 to get uneven bars for the gymnastics program. We did order freestanding uneven bars, but we did have to send them back because they were too tall and they were just way too heavy to drag in and out every time they were needed. We also had nowhere to store them. There are still uneven bars at the rec center, but anchors do need to be installed in the gymnasium floor to be able to put them up each week. This is how the gymnastics program was previously run at the rec center. So should Gymnastics A wish to purchase the uneven bars and council approves the floor anchors in the home hardware gymnasium, the organization is welcome to purchase new ones at their cost. So the technical specifications are there. The main priority is to avoid disrupting the basketball key. And there is a lot of, you'll see a lot of appendices on this report. So there are all of these quotes and all this stuff is outlined. So the cost to install anchors was quoted at $5,000 in October of 2024 by Advantage Sport. They actually installed our original our gymnasium flooring and the existing anchors for the badminton and volleyball. The quote was provided by email as per Appendix B. The sockets were quoted in October 24 as $1,489 before tax. As shown in Appendix C, note in October, that was shown in Appendix C. In October 2024, when we were quoted, and I'm probably going to say their name wrong, Spieth, was looking at a 12-week production time for any steel production. So the total cost before tax for the sockets and the installation is $6,489. So the warranty details, Advantage Sport warranty on the floor system in the gymnasium at the MyFM Center was for 1 year from the date of May 15th, 2024. So the warranty will expire in, I think it's like, yeah, it's now expired or almost expired. As shown in Appendix D. So Advantage Sport and Spieth have both been contacted for warranty details on the installation of the sockets and the physical sockets, but no communication was received back regarding warranty as of the date of the report. So we're still waiting for them to reach out with more information because we were seeing if there was anything anything left or anything that was missing out of that other document. So at this time, if council approves the project under the capital, we are fine to proceed with the anchors and the sockets.
Any questions, Councillor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I have no questions. The staff report and the delegation answered everything. I'm just wondering if we can move this to the bottom
I'm not sure how that works. It's probably a clerk question. If we can move this through to get it approved, because we're looking at 12 weeks for, I believe you said 12 weeks for them to come in. Their program starts in September. That's already given us middle of August, right, if everything goes well. So I'm not sure if we can do that or how that works, but I'd like to see it move to the bottom to council for final approval tonight.
Clerk Hart?
Through you, Mayor Cindy. Council could, I mean, the report's on the table right now for discussion, so a decision could be made by placing a motion on the table for a decision. However, I believe there was multiple options, and staff, no?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So we just heard about the multiple options. We had never heard any. The correspondence is on there, all the correspondence we've had within Gymnastics A. We had not heard about that prior to tonight. So our understanding is it was a generic that would fit the ones that they were looking at. So we can double check. So, yeah.
So thank you for that clarification through you, Mayor Cindy. Just to ensure that council is provided with the right information, maybe direction could be given to have staff seek out preferred option and to bring it back as a council decision at the next meeting, but that would be June 3rd. Otherwise, council is going to be moving ahead with a blind option.
Councillor Sabalski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to help out. 4 anchors are 4 anchors. If it's going to be 12 weeks or however many weeks to get them there, it's going to give us time to understand where the anchors go, regardless of the choice of bars they select. If that makes sense, we're not putting the holes in the floor tomorrow and then getting the bars. We're going to understand what the bars are, choose where the holes go, and then we have time to do this. If we ask them to proceed tonight, does that make sense? Maybe, maybe not. Also, I have another question after.
CAO, you want to?
So through you, Mayor, to council, as a reminder, there's a set amount in the budget for this project. So if that bylaw passes tonight, they would be able to proceed immediately with, you wouldn't necessarily need another motion unless that bylaw does not proceed. Just because this was just an information report, because it's already in your budget that had been approved at the last meeting to come forward for a bylaw. So if that bylaw passes, then staff have to follow the direction of that bylaw, which includes this capital project. And yes, we would coordinate to ensure we're purchasing the correct discs so that they can be installed correctly, but just as a reminder, it is technically already in that bylaw by definition of being in the capital projects.
Okay. So then no motion needed? Councillor Sabalski, you have a question?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The word warranty was said, and if I'm not mistaken, the company that installed the floor is going to be installing the anchors, correct? So is that the question that's outstanding? Are they going to put warranty on these anchor installations for the floor in the area? That's very important to me if we'll get another year of warranty for the anchor area location, not necessarily the whole floor.
Thank you, through Mayor. Yeah, I think that was part of the discussion. We're just trying to see if there's anything we can do to extend or get warranty on new things. The sockets, actually, that's what it was. We're looking at the warranty for the sockets and the anchors that are going in.
Yeah, thank you. That's the information that we warranty on. That would be very important.
Councillor Agree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I'm a little confused. So I get what Kyle Sabalski's saying, we have time to do it. But what I don't want to happen is this to come back for final approval on June 3rd. I want to approve it tonight. So I need to put a motion, I guess, on the floor. That's where I'm confused.
The budget bylaws tonight, so the budget was approved. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
I now realize what he's asking.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Cindy, and I do apologize for cutting you up. I think I just finally figured out what Councillor Legree is asking. Yes, we're in the discussion of committee of the whole. If this report is received as information, therefore is received as information, it will not come back onto the council agenda, this specific report, at the next meeting of council, which is June 3rd. So again, this was not a consideration report. This was an information-only report. The consideration was already completed in the budgetary process, which council approved the capital amount in the budgetary process to proceed with the purchase of the anchors. So the information report on the council agenda tonight currently is simply what has happened to date, the information that council asked for, the communications, and what the anchors actually mean. So no further decision by council is required short of council deciding to pull the bylaws on the budget tonight. Sorry, I think I figured out what you wanted.
Are we good?
Yes.
Councilor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, sorry. So I'm just doing a follow-up. It's a rough night tonight. So long as we approve it, the budget tonight, this is worked into it. We don't have to do anything else. Thank you. We're clear.
Yeah, approve the budget, approve the bylaw budget tonight, and they can start tomorrow. Yeah. Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. On to E.5.2. That the committee will receive the AODA and the McDougall Mill Museum report as information. Mover, please. Councilor McDonald, second by Councilor McWhorter, and I will turn it over to Specialist Sharon. You're up.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to council. So this report is titled AODA and the McDougall Mill Museum, and we're looking at how the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act applies to the McDougall Mill Museum for compliance, and further it includes an assessment of the current accessibility status of the museum and recommendations for any necessary improvements required to meet the AODA 2025 deadline. First, I went and I reviewed the historical documents. So the town did take ownership of the museum in 1963, and then a group of volunteers started operating a museum there in 1968. And they incorporated in 1982, and that is how the museum operated until the 2024 budget process. The Act became law in 2005, aiming to make Ontario fully accessible by 2025. The town has created multi-year accessibility plans and filed compliance reports beginning back in 2005. The most recent multi-year accessibility plan, which is the current one, is available online. Past plans are archived. From 2005 to 2024, the museum was not mentioned in any of the plans, and it wasn't listed in the section Informal Site Audit of Municipally Owned Buildings. So it wasn't until in 2024 that the museum was addressed in the current municipal plan for 2025. So before April 2024, both the town and the Historical Society shared AODA responsibilities, the town as the building owner and the society as the museum operator. So today, the museum, as a municipal museum, the town now holds primary responsibility for AODA compliance, and the society retains some obligations regarding artifact accessibility. The museum assumed Town of Renfrew policies and procedures in 2024 to meet municipal AODA requirements. I reviewed several documents from the provincial website, Accessibility in Ontario, to understand how it applies to McDougall Mill Museum. And it was followed up with a phone call with a cultural services advisor in the Cultural Policy and Services Unit of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming about AODA in museums. So the museum is complying in 4 out of the 5 AODA standards. The transportation standards do not apply to the museum operations. One is accessible customer service, and this is done through training staff on communicating with persons with disabilities, providing accessible formats upon request, allowing assistive devices, welcoming service animals, posting temporary disruption notices, such as signage and through social media, And we're in the process of establishing accessible feedback processes directly at the museum. Another standard is accessible public information, and it's about making written and verbal information accessible through website notices, museum signage and bulletins, responding to requests for accessible formats at no additional costs, and ensuring public safety information and feedback processes are accessible. Access to the second floor and basement exhibits need to be presented in alternative formats, such as catalogs in print or virtual tours. That's something that we are working on. We're not quite there yet. The other standard, one of the other standards is design of public spaces. And this standard applies mainly to new construction, major renovations, or maintenance of existing structures, of outdoor spaces, and indoor spaces such as service desks and fixed seating. So for the museum, parking and accessibility, redevelopment would trigger compliance, so we don't have any lines or signage at the museum parking right now. In the 2017 building condition audit, they talk about maintaining the parking area in 2030. I have reached out to Director Bishop about possibly painting lines and installing some accessible parking signage there. Parks and path and walkways are another area. The only existing walkway to the museum from the parking lot was replaced in 2023 and does meet standards. Outdoor eating areas are really part of O'Brien Park and not the museum. The service counter, there was none existing at the museum until this year, and we've just installed one this year that is accessible. And there is no waiting area or fixed seating at the museum. The design of public spaces standards do not regulate building accessibility. That falls under Ontario's building code that governs features like washrooms, and access to different levels of a building. And so that would be mandated through renovations or a change in use of the building. There's been no major upgrades at the museum. Maybe, I think they put the office in the early 1990s. The washrooms maybe in the 1980s. So the museum is operating in good faith with the requirements of the ODA. It will continue to integrate Town of Renfrew practices and find solutions where specific gaps may exist. The 2025 milestone will not impact operations for the museum in 2026. Some visitors will continue to face barriers when visiting the museum, especially accessing washrooms and exhibits on the second floor and the basement. In practice, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming has a museum note called Accessibility that helps Ontario museums comply with the standards and improve accessibility in general. It uses community museum operating grant standards that are mandated through the province for museums that receive an operating grant. And they have recommendations that include alternative exhibit access if you can't get to a floor, such as printed catalogs or virtual tours, developing a museum-specific accessibility policy, and creating an accessibility guide outlining available services online and in print. I've seen some museums where this is in practice, such as the Mississippi Valley Textile Museum in Almont. So we could adopt strategies to develop a specific accessibility policy, creating an accessibility guide that would be available on the town's website for the museum, and cataloging and photographing key artifacts that aren't accessible to some visitors. And then beyond 2025, there are three plans in place that may affect the museum. The one is the multi-year accessibility plan for 2025 to 2029. The Arts, Culture and Heritage Plan. Objective C.2 is capitalize on existing community spaces for arts, culture, and heritage activities that are meaningful to the town of Renfrew. Point 4 is to develop the concept of a tourism hub where Renfrew rendezvous at the McDougall Mill Museum. And then the waterfront master plan mentions creating a concept plan for O'Brien Park, including the museum. So in conclusion, the mill has adopted the Town of Renfrew policies and procedures related to accessibility. We're continuing to address remaining barriers using tools provided by the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming. And again, the AODA would not prevent the McDougall Mill from opening in 2026. And there are some plans that could help the museum address some of its barriers that remain to people that visit the museum. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. My question was going to be, Glenn, we've had ownership of the building since 1963, and I was going to ask, has there been any safety audits or reviews of the structure's integrity since that time? You mentioned 2017 building audit report. Did that include issues of a safety audit or the structure's integrity? Are you able to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I've reviewed that plan, and it basically reviews the whole fabric of the building from the roof down to the basement and makes recommendations on life cycle changes that are required. We've done a few of the things in that plan since 2017. There are some that are outstanding. There were some recommendations to look at the beams and the flooring in the building, to do a report on that. I believe there was one for a seismic study on the building. Things like lighting have been done, the roof has been done, the windows have been done. So I do have, I basically do have a small report I sent to Kelly and Jacob about what remained outstanding from that building condition audit.
Any other questions from council? Hearing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. Off to monthly tenant facility maintenance. That the committee of the whole received the monthly tenant facility and maintenance report, April 2025. Report as information. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McWhorter, and I will turn it over to Director Latondras.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the pretty short tenant facility maintenance report this month. So one innovation, minor maintenance has been done. The garage door was repaired in Raytheon. Yard cleanup and maintenance has started, and the RFQ has gone out for lawn care maintenance for the season. At the MyFM Center, Waihu has secured funding to add a nurse practitioner's office. This will add sinks and milled work to 2 of the current offices inside their space as well. And they're going to be adding a 4th office inside their space. Quarterly servicing has been done on all of the rooftop units. And then the roof replacement has begun at 550 Hall. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Standing up for real estate service. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council awards standing offer agreements for real estate services from May 27, 2025 to May 27, 2030 to the following firms, and further that staff be directed to prepare the necessary agreements and bylaws for council approval. A, CBRE Limited. B, Cheery. 3, P3 Advisors Inc. And 2, that further that CBRE Limited be authorized to represent the town for the purposes of real estate transactions in accordance with the Commission pricing in their submitted proposal. And 3, that further that staff be authorized to direct to execute any documents necessary to give effect to the foregoing matter. Mover, please. Councillor Anderdick, second by Councillor Legree. Been one of those days. Turn it over to Director Latondras. Director Withers.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney. So the town did issue a request for standing offer for real estate services. We received 3 qualifying bids. Those bids were evaluated, and the results of that evaluation are attached as Appendix A. Staff are recommending that all 3 vendors be awarded a standing offer for a 5-year period. The firms provide different services. CBRE specializes primarily in transactional services, so sales and leasing. They also have a valuation section. They provide quite a range of services. They're a large firm. Tyree provides primarily project consulting services related to land development, as well as P3 advisors, providing a similar scope to Tyree, also having capital and facilities management services. So the range and the scope of services that could be procured from these firms is quite broad. We anticipate initially it will be focused on sales, land sales, sales of municipal land, and CBRE was the only proponent that provided pricing in that regard. So we expect and we are requesting direction to utilize CBRE for our transaction services. The recommendation is before you. The options and the implications are also before you. And if there are any questions, we can certainly field them. Thank you.
Councillor Anderdick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. I'm just curious, if we were going to sell a lot in the town of Renfrew, because we have quite a few lots, would we use one of these 3 companies, or would we use someone local to sell a lot?
Director Withers.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney. So we did send this RFP out to a number of local firms. We did not receive responses. We took that as an indication that there was not an interest in the opportunity. Given that CBRE is the only proponent that provided their commissions on real estate sales, our recommendation is that they would be used for all transactions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. E.5.5, Policy Review, Municipal Grants. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council formally rescind the past policy C.29 issued November 10th, 2015 Municipal Grants Policy, as it has been superseded by the Tourism and Events Grants that came into effect January 1st, 2024 by Law 105-2023, and grants to community partners that originally came into effect July 1st, 2023 by Law 60-2023. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, second by Councillor Anderdick. Turn it over to Director Latondras.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Council. So this is part of the policy review schedule for 2025. On November 10th, 2015, Council approved the municipal grants policy, which is Appendix A of this document. Sorry, I was trying not to read all the extra stuff here. Section 224 of the Act states it's the role of Council to ensure that administrative and controllership policies, practices, and procedures are in place. This policy was originally created to identify the conditions and processes that govern the granting of such assistance. So since that time, Council reviewed and approved updated grant policies that better represent today's community and the needs. So the first one was the Grants to Community Partners policy, which provides guidance on grants to community partners to ensure the program meets Council's strategic priorities while supporting the greatest needs in the community. The second one was the Tourism and Events Policy, which provides guidance on tourism and event grants and sponsorship opportunities, also in support of Council's strategic priorities, including economic development. So the options available to Council are 1, to rescind the policy from 2015, 2, keep the policy and make updates. 3, keep the policy without updates. So for the first option, the CAO and Director of Community and Recreation Services reviewed all 3 of the policies, and it appears that the original was just not rescinded when the new policies were approved by Council in 2024. So the original policy from 2015 is redundant. It has been replaced by the updated policies. Second, if Council would like to keep the original policy from 2015 and make changes to reflect a matter they feel has not been included in the 2 new policies, we can look at that. Or, if Council wishes, the policy can remain in effect and be formally updated to the new branding templates and contact information. Thank you.
Any questions? Hearing none. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council.
Your Worship, if I might.
Sorry, didn't see that.
No problem. The item C, if you go to the end of the document, it has Ms. Charbonneau's name as contact name. You may want to change that before it goes back to public. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to Office of the CAO and Town Clerk. That the Committee of the Whole direct staff to submit delegation requests to AMO Conference delegation offered by deadline for the discussed topics. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, seconded by Reeve Emo. And I'll turn it over to the CAO.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, to all of Council. So we receive this request every year prior to the conference that is held by the Association of Municipalities in Ontario. For those in the public who may not know what AMO stands for, their conference is held in August every year. This year it will be in Ottawa from August 17th to the 20th. We've received the request. We have until May 31st May 30th at 5 p.m. to submit any requests for delegations to meet with various ministers or ministries with the province on any matters of importance or concern that our municipality may have. At this time, when I was drafting the report, I had received 4 suggested topics. One seeking some funding support for Hall Street Extension as a housing promotion project, one for the Okanago-Mattaway expansion as a housing promotion project, as well as providing secondary access to the neighborhood for emergency response purposes. One on the Blue Box program with the Ministry of Environment, and another one for funding support for aging infrastructure on Harry and Munro. If Council, I did circulate this request around as well by email. If Council has other topics that they would like us to consider, it's easier for us to know earlier because usually we have to do a minimal amount of research to be able to submit our delegation request. It has to have a base outline of what it is that we would be discussing at a delegation if it was to be approved. Keep in mind that not all submissions are actually approved. Depends on how many they receive each year for each conference. So you have a couple of different options. Proceed with just the 4 that have already been submitted, add any others, or pick and choose, or not submit any delegation requests, and it would be up to Council as to what we prepare for.
Any questions, comments? Do you have a timeline as to when you would like if Council wants to think about it and then send you an email saying, hey, can we do a delegation here? Or do you want it yesterday?
In order for us to meet a May 30th deadline and at least a week probably worth of research required to be able to prepare the necessary submissions, that means we would need to have suggested topics no later than pretty much next Friday.
This Friday.
This Friday. I am losing track of my month already. So in essence, it is not a very long period of time, which is why I had circulated it, though I believe I did not manage to get it out until Friday, so there might have been less chance for Council to maybe think about it as what I originally had intended. Sooner the better. If anything is submitted through email, we will just inform the public at the next meeting that these were the additional ones that we submitted for, but it could potentially be done that way.
Okay. Revimo, you have a question?
No, thank you. The question was answered because I was going to ask how we were going to add them in a way that would inform. So thank you. Because of this, we're directing staff to send requests, but we have a report with the 4 on them. So, but with a blanket email saying there's been one more added, I think meets at least my need anyway. Thank you.
Okay. We're good. All right, no more questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. On to E.6.2. Hang on here. Commemorative naming rights request. The Renfrew Town, that the Committee of the Whole directs staff to provide public notice of the commemorative naming request for Courts 2 and Courts 3 for the Renfrew Tennis Courts at Mattaway Park. Mover, please. Councillor McWhorter, seconded by Councillor McDonald, and I will turn it over to Clerk Eric.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. So what I have before Committee of the Whole right now is basically, again, it's a commemorative naming request that have come forward for Court 2 and Court 3 of the Renfrew Tennis Courts. We did receive notification from the past president and current board member of the Renfrew Tennis Club requesting that these courts be named on behalf of 2 members that, in their opinion, have met the justification of our commemorative naming policy, which is the justification and the letter of support is attached in the agenda, noting their contributions both to the club, the community, and kind of their representation here in town. So in accordance with our policy, if we were to move forward with the commemorative naming, direction would be given to staff to circulate a public notice that would indicate that the council is considering. It would provide opportunity for the public to provide feedback on those names and on the justification for those. And then the next step would be for it be brought back to council as information for then council to decide whether or not that naming would go forward. There is minimum cost for the actual notice requirement, as it's an ad in the newspaper and other media outlets. And then with regards to the signage, it would be the signage that's being recommended is very similar to the one that is already currently posted on Court 1, which was done back in 2001. I will note that the previous commemorative naming was outside of our current policy. However, it has been named that way since those new courts were put into effect. And then with review of the options, again, that is the staff's recommendation, is to move forward with the commemorative naming process. However, there are options before council to either do the commemorative naming for just these 2, to put out the commemorative naming request for all 3 courts, just to kind of close that loop on a kind of process end. There's also the opportunity for council to either consider in conjunction with or in lieu of a sponsorship agreement or sponsorship naming, which again is an option that would meet our sponsorship policy that's in place currently with the town.
Any questions from council? Hearing none. So this is to go forward with putting it out to public for the name rights. Okay. All right, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. And the next one, that the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council adopt an amending bylaw to 16-2024, being a bylaw to appoint directors to the Downtown Renfrew Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor McDonald, and I'll turn it over to Clerk Eric.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. Vacancy report was brought forward to council back in January, basically notifying that the downtown Renfrew BIA did have a letter of resignation that was submitted earlier in January. By council's direction at that time, the request was made for the BIA to move forward with recruitment directly themselves. They did put out a notice to all their membership that they were receiving applications for that vacant seat. Shortly after their AGM, which was held in March, a name was put forward. So and I know I'm going to mispronounce this. Jen Laverne from Keeping Connected did approach the board asking to be part of the board. That was approved by the board at their April 14th meeting. So to close the loop and to ensure that the bylaw is representative of that decision, it's coming back forward later tonight. There will be a request to have immediate decision made following Committee of the Whole's decision, if favorable, with the bylaw passed later in the meeting as well.
Any questions from council? Hearing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. And the next one is the Renfrew Town Council rise from Committee of the Whole. Mover, please, Councilor McDonald. Second by Councilor McWhorter. All in favor? We are now out of Committee of the Whole at 8:33. And moving on to external boards and county reports. County Council summary for April 2025. Revimo.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just give me 1 second. For some reason, that was the time the screen went blank. So if you take a look at the very first page, we had a very lengthy offering with the passing of Mayor Wilmer. I attended something that was very special to me is the liberation of Lee Warden celebration in Petawawa. I've been to Holland a few times to see the high esteem that the Dutch hold Canadians in, and it was very nice to meet the mayor and his entourage when he came over. If you look in the middle of page 2, it talks about the rural transit report. So I had told you beforehand that we were working on some kind of a program. So this sort of stitched together a series of ideas and some possible actions. And so we have formed a rural transit rural committee, advisory committee at the starting to populate it now, so I'll get back to you with a little more information on it. And if you move you through to the 3rd page, County Council directed staff to budget $45,000, and this is to help fund the Refugees and Citizenship Canada funding, which established the shared immigration and settlement services for Lanark and Renfrew County. So we are trying to address some of the possible work issues, employment issues in the future, and then also how we can assure that when people move here, they have a good experience. So we are working on that. That's been about 2 years from application to hiring the staff, and I met them last week when I was in the office one day. On page 3, again, if you take a look, we did sign an agreement with the Ontario Federation of Trail Riders, which allows motorcycles, off-road motorcycles, to travel on the Algonquin Trail. So you'll note that they have between them 962 members and another 500 with another club. So they're similar to the snowmobiles and the ATVs. They will educate and police their members, and we're hopeful it'll have the same success that we've always had. There was one more. Oh, I'm sorry. There it is. Page 4, the bottom of page 4. Seawell. Really good news. We received an additional 261 childcare spaces to bring us to a total of 688 spaces in the county at the $10 a day daycare. We have been very active in requesting the additional spaces for about the last 2.5 years. And the provincial government, the Minister of Education, granted them a couple of weeks ago. So we've spent, I believe, 5 AMO and ROMA sessions presenting to the minister. So we took an approach of using the political side and then also the professional side, where we just kept pressure on and kept providing information, and we were granted it. And we also, I'll take you to page 5, and you'll note that we gave permission to start the submission of an application to Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation to finance some capital works, which is Broom Creek Culvert and Dam. So if you're not familiar with that, it's a really interesting one. It's the culvert in the middle of Forster's Falls. And so there actually is a dam there, which we're responsible for because it's up against the culvert and then the road allowance. So that's been a rather intriguing design. And as such, the costs are such that they're going to be over $3 million, which is where we can move off to get deficit financing. The Pembroke Paramedic Base, the County of Renfrew purchased a building along Boundary Road, and we are in the process of, we're going to gut it and turn it into, I believe, 7 bays for our Pembroke Paramedic Station. The Pembroke Paramedic Station at this time is in a rented facility with the Pembroke Regional Hospital, and they've been quite gracious in allowing us to rent it from them, but they want that space back for their own use, and so they're very enthusiastic about us moving on. So we're putting, I believe, a 7-bay facility in Pembroke, which will serve as Pembroke, Petawawa, a portion of Bownshire Valley, and North Dakota Wilberforce. And then we are also putting a building, I believe a 3-bay in Whitewater Township on the Ross side road, which is near their municipal, the Whitewater Municipal Garage. Call volume, all of these decisions are based on call volume and the need to be able to service the community. That's all that I can suggest to you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any questions for the Reeve? Hearing none. Moving on to the Downtown Renfrew BIA meeting minutes of April 14th, 2025. Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I sit on the Downtown Renfrew BIA along with Councillor McDonald. The Downtown Renfrew BIA held their board meeting on Monday, April 14th. The minutes are attached for Council's viewing, but I'll quickly highlight just a few of the items. The board discussed the current downtown vacancies, and the board has started a conversation on how we can fill the storefronts. Currently, there are 13 vacancies right now, and there's going to be another one within the next couple of weeks, so that'll bring us up to 14, so the board is taking this very seriously. The board continues to work on the attraction and awareness boards. They'll be coming to council, I believe, May 27th for maybe June now, I guess June 3rd now, for approval. They're also working on the downtown map, so this will be a map that highlights the downtown businesses. On one side will be free listings for each of the businesses, and then the other side will be offered to the businesses downtown at an expense, and I'll add a picture of their storefront right on the map. The board was presented a sample of this yesterday, and they look amazing. So. The other thing we discussed was music in Low Square. So it'll be held every Friday evening in both the months of July and August between 5 and 8. The BIA board is still looking for a couple more performers and some sponsorships. So if anybody's interested, they can reach out to Wanda at the BIA office. The board got approval through Canada Summer Jobs to hire a summer student for digital marketing coordinator, which is taking place right now. And then finally, the board approved a motion to put forward to council that Jen Laverne from Keep Connected be brought forward as a new board member. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Moving on to G, confirmation of minutes. The Renfrew Town Council confirmed the minutes of the regular meeting of council dated April 22nd, 2025, and a special meeting of council dated April 22nd, 2025, and April 29th, 2025 times 2, and closed meeting minutes of April 8th, 22nd, and May 6th, 2025, understanding that they remain confidential. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, second by Councilor Degree. Any questions on the minutes? All in favor? That's carried. Just going to put out to council that H.1 down to H.9 is all information. Is there any one of those that you'd like to discuss? It's just for information. They're all information. So, all right. So we'll move on to resolutions. Matters arising from the Committee of the Whole. The Renfrew Town Council adopted the following resolution considering the Committee of the Whole on April 22nd, 2025. The Renfrew Town Council approved the proposed amendments to the consolidated parking bylaw and that the new bylaw be brought forward to Council for adoption. And 2, that the Renfrew Town Council approved the recommended changes to the procedural bylaw and that the new bylaw be brought forward for final adoption. Mover, please. Councilor Gee, second by Councilor McWhorter. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Matters arising directly from the Committee of the Whole. The Renfrew Town Council adopted the following resolutions considered a Committee of the Whole on May 13th, 2025. E.6.3 Renfrew Town Council adopted an amendment bylaw to 16-2024, being a bylaw to appoint directors to the Downtown Renfrew Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Mover, please. Councilor Degree, second by Councilor McDonald. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to bylaws. Now, is there any of these bylaws that you would like to separate? Councillor Anderdeck.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you, if we could, I know it's late, but can we separate them all?
Sure.
And just a clarifying question to you, Mayor Sidney. The bylaw, we have 2 bylaws on the property, on the tax levy. So, can you explain those two, the differences, please?
Yeah, CAO.
Through you, Mayor, to Council. So the one is specifically on adopting the budget and the actual line-by-line amounts and the total number we need to collect from taxes. The second one is establishing the actual tax rates that are required to actually generate that levy that's approved by the budget. So the tax rate bylaw is the one required for us to actually establish the bills for the property taxes, whereas the other one actually allows us to proceed with the budget numbers. So those are the differences between the two.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Sidney, just through you again, I think those both bylaws should be a recorded vote, only because it's our budget, and I think we've done that every year, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll do them individually. That bylaw is listed on the agenda of May 13th, 2025, be taken as read and passed. I do have a question before I keep going to the clerk. We're going to need a mover and a second for each one, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
I was trying to get them updated in the system fast enough, but just...
That's okay. 43-2025, adopt a recreation trophy and banner policy. Mover, please. Councilor Degree, seconded by Councilor McWhorter. Any questions? Is that a question? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and as the public can see my comments in the Committee of the Whole, I'm not in favor of this.
I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried 5-2. Yep. 43-2025, or 44-2025, 10 of Renfrew procedural bylaw. Mover, please. Councilor Degree, seconded by Revimo. Any questions on this one? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. 45-2025, amend bylaw number 16-2024 to appoint directors to the Downtown Renfrew Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Mover, please. Councilor Degree, seconded by Councilor McDonald. All in favor? That's carried. Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 46-2025, execute a transfer payment agreement with the province for the Community Safety and Policing CSP grant and then the Preventing Auto Theft grant. Mover, please. Councilor McDonald, second by Councilor McWhorter. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Reeve. You had a
Sorry.
question?
So I'm, again, a little concerned about this. We don't seem to know where the 3 or 4 cars are. We don't seem to know much about the, like we've had a bunch of disparate reports. So I'm a little concerned. I haven't seen a financial plan with this grant. You know, we seem to be cleaning up after, and I'm not suggesting that's a negative term, but we're just sort of, you know, pulling all the pieces together from the last board. And I don't think I quite understand everything about this grant, so I'm a little reluctant, unless there's a significant timeline where it has to be approved tomorrow morning. I'm curious as to why we're doing it.
Clerk?
Well, through you, Mayor Sidney, and to answer Reeve most questions. So the bylaw refers to the 2 grants, both the community safety and policing grant as well as the preventing auto theft grant. In conversations, and I would say numerous conversations with the province regarding these 2 grants, when the Renfrew Police Service Board dissolved, the liability of those grants and where they were in the process reverted to the town of Renfrew. In order to seek reimbursement for any money that was spent in that year, so their year runs from April 1st, April 1st to March 31st. So with regards to the community safety and policing, that grant, that year of the grant, which actually completed in March 31st, 2025, to be able to recoup any of those costs that were spent, and they were in operation up until council made a decision in the fall to cease operations. They were operating, and that money, to be able to be reimbursed, the letter of the transfer agreement payment must be signed. So that's kind of why we're just closing the loop on that one. Again, the operations has ceased. They are not, we're not funding them anymore. We're not spending any more money. We haven't been since the fall, when actually the OPP had shut down and pulled their staff from the facility. However, again, to recoup any of the expenditures that were put through, that transfer payment agreement needs to be signed to do so. With regards to the preventing auto theft, we're kind of in a very similar situation. The money for year 1 was paid out. Year 2, which was April 1st, 2023 to Year 2, which was April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. There was costs that were accumulated during that time, and to be able to get reimbursement for those costs, we did need to move forward with a service agreement to finalize and to recoup those costs. However, it was a decision at council at that back in, I'm going to say March, but April. As I say, I can clarify the exact date that council made that decision, but was to move forward with proceeding with that grant to finish out the term, the year 3, with the creation of a working group. Now, that working group does have joint collaboration between us and Amherst Bromley. That working group we're trying to get a date for later in May to start working on that, to start looking at how to finish out that 3rd year, which again started from April 1st, 2025 and will finalize on March 31st, 2026. I do know and I do understand that there is a lot of questions that are still tied up into that grant. We will be reimbursed for the money that we spent, but at this time, other than the money that was previously spent in last year, year 2, there has been no incurred cost at this point in time from I would say June or July of 2024 till this date, but we do have costs that were incurred by the previous members that we are seeking reimbursement for.
Review? Good?
Yeah, I'm very reluctant, to be honest with you, but
So, all in favor of that bylaw? Opposed? So it's carried 5-2. 47-2025, adopt the 2025 budget. Mover, please. Yes, recorded for this one, yes. We're still going to move it.
Yes.
Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Sobalski. And we will ask for a recorded vote.
No discussion?
Discussion? Okay. Yep.
If I, through you, Chair. I don't see the tax rate percentage. I wasn't here last meeting, I was sick, so I have no idea what we're voting on, and I'd be a definite no if I don't know.
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor McWhorter, the levy increase was a 10.35%, so that after growth it would be a 10% increase, which on the actual residential tax rate, with some of the realignment that happens with assessments between property codes and everything, works out to, the Deputy Treasurer does have the information, but around, say it was between 7 and 8% on the actual residential rate itself.
Any other?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, just a statement to make. I was out of province for the last 2 weeks when you had the final 2 budget meetings and was not able to participate, so I'd like to thank all of Council for the hard work you've done. However, I will not be supporting this budget tonight, as I feel we could have done a bit more. As I've stated to some of my council members, I feel there's more room for efficiencies to be had. I'll use Petawawa as an example. They have a population over twice our size, and they have approximately 50 employees compared to our 78. I believe there needs to be a serious discussions on staffing levels, and I would rather deal with this issue through normal attrition than potential layoffs down the road due to further increased potential financial pressures. Further, regarding staffing efficiencies, we were previously promised interdepartmental operations. This doesn't appear to have been taken place in any substantial manner. Regarding the reality of our current financial pressures, it has been noted we have very limited borrowing capacity due to the Mattaway situation. The issue of financial liquidity is very concerning. Further, it has also been noted that our current reserves are not healthy and need to be attended to. Although we approved the real estate agencies earlier in the agenda, this is after 2 years of talking about selling some of our properties. There hasn't seemed to be a sense of urgency in this endeavor in the past, although I hope it changes now. We need to sell our properties to access the liquidity that can provide assistance to the burden carried by our taxpayers. However, I don't want the sale of our town properties to be a fire sale either. But the reality is we currently don't have access to this money. Again, I want to thank Council for the hard work you guys have done over the last 2 meetings. I just feel we can do more to respect the tax burden that's upon the taxpayers. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Andrew Day.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. First off, I'd like to thank the staff, as we gave them some pretty tough direction, and they came through with 3 options, one at 7.5, one at 12, and I believe one at 14% tax levy increase. And then Councillor Sobalski did a motion to bring that down to 10%. However, the decision to increase our tax rate from the 7.54 to 10% is one that I believe will have profound consequences for our community, as this extra 3% will be on this tax bill and every year moving forward. I'm disappointed that we did not find a better way forward for 2025. This tax increase comes at a time when many of us are already facing economic challenges. Hardworking families are stretching their budgets to meet everyday needs. Small businesses are striving to stay afloat, and our seniors are worried about making ends meet. Increasing taxes at this time means less money in the pockets of our residents and businesses, handcuffing the very spirit of our community. This council was given the opportunity to have a 7.54% increase. We could have explored alternative solutions, cost-saving measures, enhanced revenue streams. Instead, we have chosen a burdensome path onto the community.
I got to do a call of order for a minute, and then I'll turn it over to the clerk.
What's wrong? That's okay.
Through you, Mayor, and just to address the call of order. So,
yes.
And just correct me if I'm wrong, the statement that you're making is about a decision that was already made by council. about the OPP and how that OPP credit was applied. That decision was made by council. It was passed by council, so it was a decision already made. So to be able to reverse that decision, and I might be unclear as to what your statement, to address your specific.
I'm just making a statement that I'm not supporting tonight's budget. We had an opportunity. I voted no.
Okay.
So I'm making my statement as an individual councillor that represents the taxpayers of Renfrew that I believe I'm representing, that I don't agree with the 10% tax levy.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. Based on the decision of council to allocate the OPP funds as directed? I just want to see clarification.
I do not mention anything about the OPP in my statement. Nothing about the OPP is in my statement. All about percentages.
Okay. I want to just put a clarification on the floor. Okay, my apologies. Sorry where that was going. So maybe what I could do is also just give a little bit of clarification to council in general about on a procedural end. So the budget by council was approved. The 2025 operating budget was approved by council. So the council that was in attendance on May the 6th. The operating budget as well as the capital budget were both approved at that time, the transfer from reserves as well as the allocation of the OPP. So those were decisions made by council. What has come forward tonight is the bylaw that I guess sets the rates based on that decision to approve that budget. So what I would suggest to council is if there's concerns about the budget that was passed, or if council is no longer in agreement of the budget that was passed, a reconsideration is required, which would require two-thirds vote or two-thirds support by a member of council who was present and who voted in favor of the budget.
Okay. Mayor Sidney?
Yes.
Just give me a second to gather my thoughts, Clerk Eric.
Do you want to take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I'd like to turn it back over to Councillor Andrew Dick for his statement.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and thank you for that 5-minute recess just to gather my thoughts and to get clarification, and thank you for allowing me to continue. So again, this council was given the opportunity to have a 7.54% increase, and we could have explored alternative solutions, cost-saving measure, and enhanced revenue streams. Instead, we've chosen a path onto the community that could push some of our neighbors to the brink. Furthermore, in my opinion, this increase threatens to undermine the vibrant community we have built together. It could discourage new residents or businesses from moving into Renfrew. It could stop growth in our local economy and drive away residents and family who feel they no longer can afford to live here. We can build the houses moving forward, but I'm afraid any newcomers will look at our taxes and move to outlying neighborhood communities. As over the last 2 years, including this year, we will see Renfrew taxes go up to around 32 to 35% over the term of this council as we sat in these chairs. As we move forward in 2026, I urge this council to advocate for responsible spending, to seek solutions, and to ensure the voices of our community are heard. We must not, I will remove that statement, and Renfrew deserves better. Thank you, Mayor Sidney.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Just a comment, I guess. I also want to thank the staff and council for, it's been a long process. We've been back and forth. I know, 10% is not, we wanted to get lower, but I feel that overall we did pretty good, because what I've heard from the residents in a big way is that they don't want services slashed. And I think the problem is if you go too low, then we have to look at services and what we're going to slash and stuff like that. And I truly believe that the residents want the service. So I just want to thank staff. I will be approving this budget tonight, and thank staff and council for the hard work they put into it. So thank you.
Councilor McCorder?
To you, Mayor. Just a statement. I was able to catch some of the meeting between me and sick. I approve the choice made with the OPP credit. I think it's prudent and on this council to be fiscally responsible and to start at 5 or 6% next year by using all the credit this year. I don't agree with that. You're right back to square one. We're looking at another 10% budget. I think there was a good on my fellow councillors for using only part of it and putting the rest away for future. To me, that's thinking forward. That's thinking about the future. Last thing we need to do is start at 5% next year and then have to face all the capital expenditures we avoided this year in order to get it down to 10%. And again, I like to echo my fellow councillors. Kudos to the staff. They did an incredible job. We gave them an impossible task and asked them to go back 2 or 3 times. I think they did an incredible job for us and found the savings. And I'll leave it at that. I think we're in a good position right now. It's not ideal. 5% would be great, but we all knew going in Ottawa was going to be 18% off the bat, and I think getting it down to 10% is a job really well done. And I credit mostly the staff for that, because they were a huge part for that.
Vivimo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting the budget. I think, and just to echo my friends in the room, staff did an excellent job of gathering up our often far-flung suggestions and trying to come back to us with some changes and changes in expectations, changes in service delivery that should not impact too much, and also changes in personnel. And so I certainly appreciate their efforts, and to all of council, even though we didn't accept all of your suggestions, we certainly, I think you will agree, we had a good, robust and fair discussion about most items and came to a conclusion. While not unanimous, I think everybody can agree that we've discussed them thoroughly. And so thank you to council for accepting that sometimes you're one, you're one vote, and sometimes you're associated with 3, 4, or 5 votes. But accepting that is quite a good thing. And so, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zabolski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, and last at the table. I'm proud of where we got to. I'm proud of the work that everyone put in. It was a lot. I'm proud of the work that I put in this year. I'm happy about that, and thank you, Mayor Sidney, for allowing me my position. That said, I think we're just getting started. We're behind the 8 ball for this year in 2025. 2026 isn't far away from the discussion. And to Councillor McDonald's points, and maybe even Councillor Andrew Dick's points, we are the highest taxed municipality in the Renfrew County. And the levels of tax that we have here, I don't believe are acceptable. I don't think that we should continue to have the idea of a constant elevation of taxes. I would like to see a continued effort from the staff and continued effort from council to have conversations on what Renfrew is, what Renfrew is going to be, and at what cost. I think that we can do better to soften the blow to our residents so that it is an appealing place for people to come and build and live. We can't continue at 5, 8, and 10% increases. We'll just drown the market out. It's not obtainable anymore. So I'll be in support of it, but we have to continue to keep our eye on the ball and keep our pencil sharp. So thank you.
Thank you. Just in the conclusion to this, again, reiterate what everybody said. For staff, I think they did a phenomenal job. I know it says here we started out at 15.86, but I think if you go back to other talks, there was talks about 24%, 23%. The work that the staff did is remarkable. I'm not positive, but I believe this is the lowest tax rate that this council has brought. I'm pretty sure. I think it was, I think this is the lowest one we've done. So, to have Mattaway included in that, plus everything that's been done, I think, council under the, I don't know what we call it, direction, guidance of Councillor Zabolski through the budget, which was great. Thank you for that. I appreciated it. But I think, nobody wants their taxes to go up, but if we can do the work that we've done and Matt was included in it and commit at 10%, that's a lot of work that staff did to, cut and look at and factor in. And I think if we, I agree with Councillor Zabolski, we still got to keep our eye on the ball and look at 2026 and all that stuff. But for where we're at now, I think it's something that, like Councillor McWhorter said, it's not ideal, but it's a lot better than it could have been. So with that, if there's no other questions or comments, I will call for the recorded vote.
As Councillor Dick had asked for, I'm going to start there.
Opposed.
Councillor Legare.
In favor.
Councillor McWhorter.
In favor.
Councillor McDonald.
Opposed.
Councillor Zabolski.
In favor.
Revimo.
In favor.
Mayor Sidney.
In favor.
The vote is carried 5 to 2.
Under 48-2025 established the 2025 property tax rate. Move or approve. Councillor McWhorter, second by Councillor Legare. Any discussion? Any questions? Comments? Councillor Hall.
So with regard to this, through you, Mayor, to the AO, because the budget's been passed now, this is just to bring in the rates. It's more a procedural thing. Am I correct on that?
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor McDonald, that is correct. This is the bylaw that actually gives us the rates, that allocates the amount we need to collect per the levy that was just approved in that bylaw across all of the assessment that we have within the town. So when you actually look at the actual tax rate year over year, although our levy is increased 10.35%, the actual tax rate will be between 7 and 8%. There's that difference between the two pieces. This is there's 3 parts to determining your balancing your budget. The one is how much we need to actually balance, which is your levy, which is the budget law that we just discussed. That is then allocated out to the assessment based on these rates so that we actually bring in the exact dollar that the levy requires. It's a very big formula. We've found a new format in order to make it a little smoother this year, but it is a very large formula that is done to allocate it out correctly across everybody so everybody pays their appropriate share.
Thank you.
So to you, Mayor, there was a request to clarify, and I might have the Deputy Treasurer answer some of this as I believe he has the calculations. So although the tax levy increased 10.35%, that does not necessarily mean when you get your bill that it's going to be exactly a 10% for every person's household over what last year's payment is. As I said, it's a very large formula. If there was movement of a lot of property from residential into commercial who pay a proportionately higher percentage than a residential property would, then the residential actually doesn't see the same amount of increase as a commercial does. I believe the Deputy Treasurer does have kind of a rough estimate on the average household as to what this will potentially look like. Again, it's averages, so there will be some who will be lower, there will be some who will be higher.
Thank you. Through you, yes. We do prepare that on an annual basis just to give some context. MPAC provides an average assessment for residential properties within the town of Renfrew at $171,000, including the county and provincial rate. It's a 6.9% increase, which is the equivalent of $212.02. Of that increase, the town portion of the $212 is $172 on the average assessment property within the town. The county portion of that is $39.26 as well. So again, the town rate out of the total tax rate is about 69% of it. The county rate's about 23% of it, and then the education rates of the school board contributions is about just shy of 8%. So again, the town portion's $172 on average, and on the average assessment, the county's $39 for a total of $212.
And just for clarification, that's annually, right? So $170 annually.
Correct.
Okay. Revimo?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just, and this was part of the acting treasurer, or sorry, the deputy treasurer did provide some clarification, but is there a communication plan so these numbers don't just clank around out there? 23%, 14%, 12%, 10%, 7.3, whatever. There's too many percentage numbers floating around, and then I'm going to go home and do when I get home tomorrow night with my magic calculator on my phone, come up with a number that may not agree with the town. So it might be a good idea if we had a communications plan.
See you.
So through you, Mayor, to Revimo. So once this bylaw passes, we would likely be looking at doing some sort of a news release with providing some of this information of what the average household and letting it, including information about the assessment and what that means on a per month basis, so that it's a little more understandable to the public. I know there is a lot of percentages that are involved in these rate calculations. And it gets kind of confusing because we passed a 10.35, but then it's about a 7% on the tax rate. So it does get confusing, and it's something that we can work on getting out before the end of the week, a news release that helps explain some of this to the public, and then we can provide further information for the next tax bill, the final billing. I believe we always do a bit of a news letter kind of that goes in with that typically, and we'll make sure we provide more information in that insert as well. And we will look at other opportunities to further explain to the public what this actually will look like, what it means, and help to answer any of their frequently asked questions. And then if anybody has questions that we have not addressed in any of those communications, we do strongly encourage them to reach out to us here at Town Hall, and we will answer them as best we can.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll ask for the recorded vote.
Sorry, one sec. As the request is once again made by Councillor Dick, we'll start there.
Opposed.
Councillor Legree.
In favor.
Councillor McWhorter.
In favor.
Councillor McDonald.
In favor.
Councillor Zabolski.
In favor.
Revimo.
In favor.
Mayor Sidney.
In favor?
Motion is carried 6-1.
And on the last one, 49-2025, being a bylaw to appoint an acting treasurer. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, second by Councillor McDonald. Any questions on this one? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Motions of which notice has previously been given by Councillor Andrew Dick. That Renfrew Town Council directs staff to bring forward the following to the second regular meeting of June. Number 1, a comprehensive report detailing the historical interactions and communications between town staff and Heritage Renfrew. 2, recommendations on how to establish a formal partnership between the town and Heritage Renfrew. To enhance support for heritage initiatives, address any existing barriers to effective communication and collaboration, and further that staff be directed to assist council in prioritizing the development of this partnership to ensure Heritage Renfrew receives the support it needs to fulfill its mission and contribute to the community of Renfrew. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor Legree. Councillor Dick, do you have anything you would like to say? Or?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. And just real quick, as the night's getting on, just basically, we just want to do this partnership, and just to let my fellow councillors know that on the second regular meeting of June, when this report comes forward, Heritage Renfrew is going to come in and do a delegation to say their side, and then staff will give their side. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. On to Councillor McDonald's. That Renfrew Town Council directs staff to draft correspondence to the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to immediately remove the town of Renfrew from the list of municipalities designated under the Strong Mayor legislation. Further, to bring back to Council for final approval prior to submission. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Legree. Councillor McDonald, do you have...
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And I'm just wondering if I can do a friendly amendment to also see our local MPP, Billy Deneau, and also Amo. If I can add, is that a friendly amendment? Sure. And when you're ready, I'll read my statement.
And a proper amendment, we could do a mover and seconder.
Okay. Can I go ahead with the, thank you, Mayor. To be very clear, this has nothing to do with our current mayor, Tom Sidney, and it has to do with it just has to do with the mayor's position itself. On Tuesday, the 22nd of April, 2025, Reeve Peter Emos succinctly stated this legislation should actually be called the weak mayor powers, that a strong mayor should be able to find common ground with council. Reeve Emo felt we already had good instruments and there was no need for this type of legislation, that it corrects a non-existent problem. I agree with that opinion. It is my opinion we should should set the standard now and for future Renfrew councils that come after us. The residents need proper democratic representation, not authoritative governance legislated by our provincial government. Personally, I have real concerns of potential overreach and abuse with this type of power for anyone. It's my opinion this type of governance goes against proper democratic principles. The bottom line is it's way too much power and authority to put into one person and goes against our current democratic approach to decision-making for Renfrew. The letters are attached. I had an email, Mayor, that I was going to read off, but I won't because this has been a long evening and I know there's some other stuff coming forward. So that's it for now, so thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. No motions to require suspension of the rules. Any notice of motion? Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 of them, so I'll go with the first one when you're ready, Clerk. The first one, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, that Renfrew Town Council requests that Mayor Tom Sidney consider identifying any mayoral decisions and the use of strong mayor powers in the council agenda packages. And further, that a direct link to this information be posted on the front page of the Town of Renfrew's website to ensure ease of access for the public. So that's the first one. Noted. Second one, that due to the age of the McDougall Mill Museum building, that Renfrew Town Council directs staff to bring forward a preliminary building assessment on the building, identifying any notable concerns or recommendations for necessary improvements. Third one, that Renfrew Town Council consider a conditional allocation of 2025 budget funds to the Renfrew and Area Chamber of Commerce, requesting that the 2025 budget allocation of $10,000 be divided into 2 equal installments. The first installment be paid immediately following the passing of the 2025 budget, with the second installment contingent upon the Chamber providing to the Town of Renfrew a balanced financial business plan covering the next 2 fiscal years. Any clarification? We're good?
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other notices of motion? Seeing none. Upcoming, we have no closed. Upcoming meetings, regular council meeting, May 27th at 5:30 has been changed and canceled to be 5 p.m. on June 3rd. And Economic Development Advisory Committee, June 3rd at 10 a.m., which is date change. Confirmatory bylaw. The Renfrew Town Council adopt the confirmatory bylaw 50-2025 and that it be taken as read and passed. Mover, please. Councilor Gee, second by Councilor McDonald. All in favor? That's carried. We are now adjourned at 9:25. Thank you, Council.